Друзі, всім
Friends,
вітання.
good morning
Сьогодні
to you
мережа
all.
захисту національних
Today,
інтересів
the
АНТС, також
network,
Міжнародний центр
National
української
Interests Protection
перемоги
Network,
за
ANTS,
підтримки Європейського
uh,
Союзу
w-
зібрали тут
with the
однодумців.
support
Це
of the European
представники
Union,
аналітичних центрів, представники різних
held
гілок
here this
української влади,
event and
Офіс
gathered you
президента, Міністерство
all the
закордонних справ
advocates
і
of the
експертні
single
аналітичні
thought,
центри,
union thought
волонтери,
about the
які
victory of
допомагають
Ukraine and
фронту.
support to Ukraine.
Також з нами
Here
сьогодні
are the
військові. Наше
volunteers,
завдання
servicemen,
обговорити,
and
як
all the
Україна має
important
перемогти
and engaged
швидше,
persons are
як
present.
виграти
So we are to
війну на
discuss
виснаження,
the
тому що
important
проти
issues,
України
how to
воює не лише
win the
держава-агресор,
victory,
але й
victory of
забезпечена
attraction.
ресурсами
So
вісь
to
зла. І за
overcome
ці
the
11
challenges
років
caused by
російської
the
збройної
aggressor
агресії
and
ми
reach
маємо чіткі
the
ознаки, що
victory, reach
Росія
the
чинить
peace in
геноцид.
our
І
state.
рік тому міністр
For the whole
закордонних справ
period
Андрій
of the
Сибіга,
war, we have
виступаючи в Конгресі США
these
в Хельсінській
signs that
комісії,
the
він чітко
aggressor
назвав правові
is
підстави, чому
leading
російська
the war,
агресія
is holding the
має
war.
бути визнана
And according
геноцидом.
to the
І
surveys
Росія
and
має
researches,
заплатити.
these
Тема нашої
signs, these
конференції
proofs were
«Make
confirmed.
Russia
The
Pay»
topic of
– це
our
не
conference
тільки, що
is
Росія має фінансово
money,
заплатити,
make
це
money,
конфіскація
money
активів
for
в майбутньому
victory, and
репарації,
make
а
Russia
це
to
те,
pay.
що
It's
Росія
not only
має
about
понести найвищу
reparations,
ціну,
it's
і
about
ціна
Russia
покарання – це
and its peace.
деімперіалізація, деколонізація Росії, щоб ніколи знову Росія
Fault
не
in
могла напасти
the
на жодну
current
з
events
країн чи
and
Європи, чи в іншому континенті. Це така ширша стратегічна ціль.
prophylaxis
І
for
тому
future,
сьогодні під
for
час
not
нашого
having
заходу у
any
нас
similar
три
events in the
важливі
future,
блоки, які
so
будуть
to
три
avoid
панельні
any
дискусії
further
з
Russians
найкращими
acts
експертами
against the
українськими,
world. Today
міжнародними.
we are
До нас
to
також
talk with
приєднаються і такі
a
фахівці, як
plenty
Біл
of
Браудер,
nice
відомий як
experts,
засновник
stakeholders,
ініціативи Акта
advocates of
Магнітського.
this union
Нещодавно на
path.
Варшавському безпековому форумі він
Recently, in the
презентував
Warsaw
більш нову
Safety
ідею,
Security
як
Forum,
добити
Mr.
економіку
Bishatsky
Росії. Він про це
presented
теж
his
буде
thoughts
говорити.
about
Це я так
the
анонсую, щоб ті, хто думає, що
economy
третя
of
панель не
Ukraine and how
цікава,
to fight against
можуть
economy
кудись
of
уже
Russia.
позникнути.
So it
Будь
is
ласка,
an interesting
залишайтеся.
topic
І
for all
насправді,
of you,
чому
for
для
all of
нас
us. So
ця
please
конференція, вона є
wait
важлива,
for
тому що
this
зараз ми бачимо в
section of
Європейському
our event.
Союзі,
Why
в
is
Європі
this
є певні
conference important?
зрушення
As
в
we see
політичній
that
волі,
in Europe there
в
are
ширшій темі конфіскації, зокрема,
movements
йдуть
regarding the
чутливі
political
обговорення
will,
щодо
and
репараційного кредиту.
there are
Ось, і
sensitive
певний
discussions
вже
about
оптимізм у нас є, і знаємо, що йде
democracy
важка
and
робота,
what is
тому що з
important
часу,
to
коли
do in
компанія
the
Make
future,
Russia Pay
so
у
to again, so
2023
to
році
avoid
стартувала,
any
то
negative
насправді багато було
events
невіруючих,
from the
які
Russian,
казали, це
from the
mission
aggressor
impossible.
side.
Тому ми,
So this
ті, хто
mission
сьогодні
is
зібралися,
possible. We are
якраз ті,
gathered
хто
here so
натхненно
to make
вірить,
Russia pay.
перше,
We all
що
believe
наша
with
місія, перемога
inspiration that
України,
our
вона є
mission, victory
можлива,
of
і
Ukraine,
для
is
цього нам
possible,
потрібно
and therefore
підтримувати
we need
більше
to support
українські сили
more
оборони,
and
мати
more
більше для цього
Ukrainian armed
ресурсів, і про
forces
це ми
to
будемо
have more
говорити. Тому
resources,
перша
therefore,
панельна
and we're
дискусія
going to
буде
talk
про
about
якраз Make
this.
Russia Pay.
And the
Що
first
можуть
discussion
робити
is to be
міжнародні
about
партнери,
make
і це
Russia
тема
pay,
конфіскації
what
активів, і не
international
лише.
partners
Олена Галушка
can
буде
do.
прекрасним
And the
модератором,
first topic is
відома як
about
Олена
the
Леопардівна.
confiscation of
Ось
assets.
далі
And
у нас буде тема
next, we are
внутрішні
going to talk
ресурси,
about the
тому що ми
topic
знаємо, що
of
всередині України
internal
також
resources.
можна
As we
ще
know that
задіяти і
inside Ukraine,
багато
we
додаткових
can
мільярдів до
engage
бюджету,
many
зокрема
additional
і рухаючись по
billions
шляху до
to the
євроінтеграції.
budget
Ми
on our
виконуємо
way
всі наші
to the
зобов'язання і в
European
питаннях реформ,
integration, and
реформа
we're
митниці
implementing all
оголошена,
our
конкурс
obligations
на
in
керівника
terms of reforms,
АРМА, багато інших, які
customs,
можуть
arms,
посилити,
and
зокрема, надходження в бюджет.
lots of
Ну і
others,
третя
what
панель –
can
це як
strengthen
змусити
the budget.
Росію
And the third is
там
how
завершити
to
війну, я б сказала, як змусити
force
Росію капітулювати.
Russia
От,
to
але
end the war, I
оскільки
would say
російська
so.
економіка
But
зараз
as
ослабла,
the Russian
і це
economy
хороша
has weakened
можливість
now,
якраз
we have this good
дотискати Росію.
opportunity
І
to
зараз я
do
хотіла
this
б
pressure,
надати
more
слово для
pressure against
вітальне
Russia. At the
слово
first
для
floor,
пані Ірини
I would love to
Мудрої,
give
яка
to Miss
представляє зараз
Irina
Офіс
Mudra,
президента.
who is
Ось є одним з
representing the
чемпіонів в
president's
питанні
office, who is one
конфіскації
of the first
російських активів.
champions
Ось і
in
Центробанку,
the
і
topic of
приватних. І
confiscation of
також пані
assets,
Ірина любить
private and
тему
public, and Miss
спецтрибуналу, тому
Irina
що ми
is
чітко
the head of
розуміємо,
the
що
topic
без
special
справедливого
tribunal,
покарання
as we all
Росії
understand that without
ми
fair
матимемо
punishment of Russia,
постійну загрозу,
we
як
are
дамоклів
to have
меч над
constant
нами
threat
всіма. Тому що так, як Радянський Союз не
to
поніс
all of
покарання за
us in the
Голодомор,
future
геноцид,
as
взагалі
the
Радянський Союз не було покарано. Ми
Soviets,
маємо в цій
they
традиції
were
російського
not
імперіалізму
punished
постійні
for
геноцидні війни.
Holodomor,
Тому
for
завдання
starvation
команди
crimes after the
президента і пані
First Wars and
Ірини,
Second
яка
World
раніше
War,
працювала в Міністерстві
and now we
юстиції,
have
зараз
to
в Офісі
punish
президента,
Russia.
якраз
And
зробити все,
Miss
щоб
Irina
Росія
is
заплатила і
is
в кілька
covering this
напрямків. Тому
topic a
ми,
lot
по-перше,
and
дякуємо за
is
партнерство,
engaged in
за
this
постійну
affair
синергію зусиль,
actively
за ту
and
адвокацію, яку
talks
ми здійснювали в різних столицях і
very
продовжуємо світу.
often about
Пані
these
Ірино, будь
matters
ласка, вам
in the
слово.
office of the president and at other platforms.
Дякую,
So
пані
the floor
Ганно.
is yours.
Насправді,
Thank you, Ms. Hanna.
це
Frankly
той
speaking, it's
випадок, коли
that
оця
case
синергія
when
між
this
владою
synergy
і
between
громадянським
power
суспільством,
and
громадськими
civil
організаціями, які
society,
так потужно адвокатували
NGOs who
питання
so
отримання
actively
доступу до
advocated
заморожених
the
російських активів,
problems of access
дає
to the frozen
результат по
assets
максимуму.
of Russia.
Я хочу щиро
All of this
подякувати за цю
gives the
синергію, за
maximum
вашу
result.
невтомну
And that is why I would love
24/7
to
працю
express my
в
gratitude once
питанні
again for this
заморожених активів. І
synergy,
не
for
тільки, а
this
багато
collaboration and
робите для
cooperation, and all
наближення
your
нашої перемоги.
actions
Це,
in this area. So for all of us to reach
власне,
victory, to get victory as soon
справді
as
не
possible.
стидаюся говорити постійно.
Honestly,
Вам
it's
дякую.
true.
Бо мої
Thank you
зусилля
as my
команд
efforts and
Міністерства
efforts
юстиції,
of my
Офісу і
team and
Міністерства
Ministry of
закордонних справ не
Justice,
були б
Ministry of
такими
Foreign
максимальними
Affairs
без вашої допомоги.
could not be
У
that
нас в залі
maximal
сьогодні
without
є
your assistance
наші
and support. And today in
щирі
this hall,
міжнародні
we
партнери,
have our
які багато
international
допомагають у
partners
питанні
who
російських
assist
активів, і тому з
actively
поваги до
in
них
the matter of
switch my
Russian assets
speech into English
confiscation
if
and
with respect
use and
to our international partners presented here. So for the third year, Ukraine has been defending not only its territory, but the very principles of international law. And we are grateful to our partners, to European Union, to ICUV, to ANTS network for keeping Make Russia Pay as the center of our global agenda. The frozen Russian assets are not just about money. They are a test of whether the international system can deliver their real accountability or whether aggression will be profitable. Ukraine offers a practical answer to turn these assets into a tool of defense, reconstruction, and compensation, not at some distant future, but today. Together with international partners, and we are very, very grateful to them, Ukraine has built a clear architecture for reparations. The international compensation mechanism for Ukraine. It includes 3 elements: the register of damage for Ukraine, which is operating today, which accepts claims, and there are more than 60,000 claims today in the register of damage from individuals and entities affected by the war. The International Claims Commission, which will review these claims and award the compensation due to the victims. Today, the Claims Commission is being on the final stage of its creation. On 16th of December, there will be a diplomatic conference in The Hague, which will formally adopt the Open Convention on creation of the Claims Commission. And the third component of its reparation mechanism is the compensation fund. It's actually the fund which is aimed to finance the payments of the Claims Commission. So the creation of the commission itself will follow once the convention is adopted in December and the needed number of ratifications will be in place and the contributions from our partners will be secured. The goal is simple: to make the recovery process not a political gesture, but a legally binding act. Every claim is a piece of evidence. Every evidence is an argument why Russian assets should be directed to Ukraine to cover this compensations. The reparation loan. The reparation loan initiative of the European Commission, supported by Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, represents a practical and much needed step forward. It aims not to confiscate the assets itself, but to use the profits generated by frozen Russian sovereign assets as collateral for financing Ukraine's immediate defense and recovery needs. Yet it is important to be very clear, that these funds, which will be provided to Ukraine as reparation loan, it's not a reparation, right, from Russian Federation. The mechanism should be seen as a bridge between immediate needs and the full transfer of frozen assets to Ukraine. We also insist that a portion of this reparation loan be marked for the future compensation fund, so that the victims of this war, the most sensitive layers of our people, will get compensation not in far future, but once this compensation fund is established. So what are Ukraine's principles on which we stand firm? No conditionality. The aggressor's money cannot become a tool of political leverage over the victim. Autonomy in use. Ukraine must have the right to prioritize how these resources could be spent and allocated. We know best where they are most urgently needed. Support for armed forces. Major part of their resources should directly cover defense-related expenditures, including personal needs. Investment in Ukraine's resilience. The reparation loan should help Ukraine to scale up domestic production capacities and strengthen Ukraine's industrial base. Full accountability. So this mechanism must not and will not replace Russia's obligation to pay full reparations. Today, more than $300 billion in frozen Russian assets represent a historic opportunity to prove that international law will work. If these funds remain idle, it will signal impunity. If they are used for Ukraine's reconstruction and compensation of victims, it will send a precedent of true deterrence. Ukraine calls our partners, calls G7 members, including Canada, the United Kingdom, Japan, Switzerland, and also Austria, Switzerland, to join the EU initiative and align approaches to the lawful use of frozen assets. This is not just about Ukraine. It is about restoring trust in international law and creating a model for accountability for our generations. So the reparation loan is not the end of the process. It is the beginning of a new phase of responsibility. Our shared goal is full transfer of Russian frozen assets to Ukraine to become our weapons, our reconstruction, our justice to the victims. Money for victory is not a slogan. It is a strategy for restoring international law, international order, ensuring that aggression will never again be. Я дуже дякую ще раз нашим партнерам за те, що справді підтримуємо не тільки голослівно
I'm highly thankful to our international partners
дії,
that you
направлені на
highly
використання
support,
російських
you
активів, але
do
ще раз підкреслюю,
actions,
що
you make your
репресійний кредит
efforts
це
against
все ще є проміжний
the
етап
enemy,
і не є
but I need to
повна
highlight that the
компенсація
reparation loan
Росії
is an
збитків, завданих
intermediary
Україні.
stage
І
and it's
Україна
not
буде
full
вимагати
compensation of
передачі
losses,
російських активів у
which have
відповідності до
the Ukrainian
міжнародного
state.
права,
And we
у
here, we
відповідності
should
до
work.
верховенства
We should
права.
work according
І
to the
ця
international law, to
юридична
to
конструкція,
supremacy
вона
of law.
якраз
And
зараз
this
формується.
jurisdiction,
Дякую.
your judicial construction, we are forming it now. Thank you.
Дякуємо, пані Ірино. Ми знаємо, що
Thank you,
сьогодні
Miss
дуже
Irina.
відповідальний
We
день,
know that this day is
зважаючи на
highly
зустріч
responsible,
президента
and
України
due
в
to the
Вашингтоні
meeting
з
of the
президентом
President
США.
of Ukraine in
Але я
Washington
думаю,
with
що
the US President,
це вже не перша зустріч,
but I think
і
it's
вже не
not the
перші
first meeting
надії, які ми
already, and
мали
it's
на
not
нашого
the first
стратегічного
hopes
партнера.
which we
І
had
тому ця
regarding our
конференція, про яку ми
strategic
говоримо
partner.
сьогодні, про ті
And
ресурси, які нам
today,
потрібні, війні на
therefore, today
виснаження,
this
вони
conference
теж
where we talk
вимагають
about
великої
the
відповідальності
resources
всередині
needed.
країни. Тому,
So it's
пані
all
Ілено, я
about
хотіла б сьогодні теж, щоб
responsibility,
ми від всієї
responsibility
перспектив
inside and
подякували нашим
outside
силам
the
оборони і
country.
кожному
And today, I
захиснику
would love
і
to
кожній родині,
highlight that
особливо тим,
we
які мають
should
втрати, тому що
be
саме
grateful to
якраз
all
суб'єктність
those
України
engaged in this
тримається
fight,
на тому, що
to our
Україна, я не хочу
defenders,
казати, що
as
Україна є
due to
щитом
them,
для
due to
Європи чи для
their
світу, це
efforts,
неправильний підхід.
the Ukraine
Україна є
is
контриб'ютором
staying further,
європейської
is
безпеки.
staying
І
strong. And
Україна
I need to
стала
highlight that Ukraine
гарантером
is a
і
contributor of
фактично
the
п'яту статтю
global
НАТО, як
safety,
безпекову
European
гарантію,
safety,
яку
and
ми
it's
розраховували, що нам
about the
дадуть. Ми
guarantees
вже
and
четвертий
warranties
рік гарантуємо цю
for the
статтю
world.
для наших
So for the
партнерів.
fourth year, we
Тому що
already
насправді ми
guarantee
побачили дронові
this
атаки на
article of
країни НАТО.
safety and
Ми побачили
security
певну
for all our
нерішучість і
partners. What we saw for
неспроможність
this period of time,
бити у відповідь. І, зокрема, наші дискусії
we've
зараз з партнерами,
found that
коли Путіна
many
підхід «атакуй першим», це те,
those
що
who are
його
staying
навчили
outside the country, not
подворотня десь там в Петербургі.
everyone
Ось, якщо
understands
драка
properly what is
неізбіжна, то
going on.
нападай першим.
We see
Тому мені
that
здається,
this
що нам
is
треба
fine
змінити
and
філософію.
this fight is
За
inevitable.
кожну атаку
But I
на
think that
країну
we
нову
need to
і,
highlight that
здається,
the
29
philosophy
безпекових
which we
угод,
have all,
ось,
we
і
need
за
to
кожну
change
атаку
it
на країну
as
НАТО і
we
ЄС треба не просто
need to
збивати чи
punish the
збивати ракети чи дрони,
aggressor
треба
for every
відправляти тих
attack
самих
caused
19
by him.
дронів, як це було на
It's not
Польщу чи
just
інше.
about
Ну і взагалі наш меседж треба переносити війну
counteracting
на
the
територію
enemy's
ворога. Це
attacks.
одне з
It's
важливих завдань
about
для того,
the
щоб Путін
responsibility
розумів,
and
що
fairness.
НАТО не
It's
буде
about
просто
the
дивитися, як
counteraction for
дрони
Putin
нові
to
прилітають
understand
на військові
what
об'єкти.
is the
Тож, друзі,
implications of
сьогодні
his
ви
actions, what
отримали наші
is the
роздаткові
consequences.
матеріали.
You've
У нас є
all
новий
received
бриф, який
our
ми, ложа
leaflets, our
АНТС,
handouts.
підготували за підтримки
We've
вашого центру.
published a new brief
Перехід від
with the
санкційної
support of the
політики
Ukrainian
до тотальної
Center
економічної
about the
ізоляції
transition from
Росії,
the policy to
описані
the
ті
total
ефективні
economic
заходи,
isolation
які
of
надзвичайно
Russia.
важливі. І
There
зараз я
are
хотіла
the
запросити пані
effective
Мар'яну Бецу,
measurements are
заступницю
prescribed, which
міністра
are
закордонних справ
important currently. And today I would love to
посла
give the
України
floor
раніше в Естонії.
to
Ось,
to
пані Мар'яно, ми дуже раді
Miss
вас бачити,
Mariana.
знаємо теж про вашу натхненну працю. З нами
Miss Mariana, we are
співпрацював
very
міністр на
happy to see
різних
you with
напрямках.
us. We know about
Намагається
your efforts,
мобілізувати світ
about your
для
inspired
української
work,
перемоги. Будь
what you
ласка,
do for the
у вас
Ukrainian
натхненне слово.
victory. Please, the floor is yours.
Доброго дня, шановні друзі, шановні колеги, Ганно,
Good
дякую
day,
за
good
запрошення і
day,
мережі
dear
АНТС, всій
friends, dear
команді.
partners,
Надзвичайно
and
важливо.
thank you
Міністр
for
дійсно
this
хотів бути тут сьогодні.
invitation.
Андрій Іванович Сибіга, ви згадували, але не
So,
зміг, тому
Mr.
делегував
Speaker
мене.
wanted to be
Я,
present
якщо можна,
here, but
теж тоді
unfortunately,
скажу декілька слів
it's
англійською мовою, тому
impossible
що
for
ми
him
маємо
as he
іноземних
has
партнерів.
other meetings
І про
today,
деякі того,
and
що сказала
I
також
am
і пані
instead of
Ірина
him.
Мудра
I'm
про те,
speaking on
що ми
his
маємо
behalf.
більше зробити для
So
того, щоб
today
Росія
we're
заплатила
gonna
високу ціну за
talk about
агресію.
what could be done more
I will switch to English
against
now.
Russia's
Distinguished
aggressor.
colleagues, dear friends, it's 1332nd day of the full-scale invasion, the 12th year of the war. Yes, Ukraine stands, resists, and fights, but we need to do more. The international community in general, because Russian aggression continues every day. Genocidal wars, Hannah rightly pointed out, the genocidal war aimed at eliminating Ukraine as a country, eliminating Ukraine as a nation. And of course, what extra measures should the international partners, Ukraine and all we together do to make Russia pay? Because we understand that Putin will not stop by himself. Russia will not stop by himself. He should be forced to stop. And he will stop when his financial means he will be deprived of the financial means to continue the war. So first and foremost, sanctions should be increased. Energy sector, banking sector, nuclear energy, oil price cap should go at least to $30 per barrel. Sanctions on shadow fleet. These are doable things. And of course, we are grateful to all our partners, the European partners, G7 partners, for imposing sanctions, for synchronizing sanction packages between Ukraine, Canada, EU, US, Australia, and so on. But we need sanctions which will be aligned in time, because normally sanctions come too little, too late, not enough. They are sort of lagging behind. So we need tougher sanctions on Russia and to eliminate the loopholes which are still absolutely everywhere. So this is extremely critical. And a shadow fleet, absolutely, this is one of the resources of the war. And oil price cap, it is doable. It should be $30 per barrel. Second, of course, the issue of weapons to Ukraine. Weapons to Ukraine, this is something that is absolutely critical. You see, Russia has intensified attacks on energy infrastructure, civilian infrastructure. On one hand, trying to intimidate Ukrainians. On the other hand, trying to create also the migration flow possible to the West, to the European countries, because this is winter, it's pretty cold. So definitely we need more weapons, air defense, ammunition, at least 10 Patriots. We definitely need more weapons to defend Ukraine. And here, of course, we are extremely grateful for the partners for the Danish model. It has been very successful for the Pearl mechanism. We need more countries for that. There was a Ramstein meeting just recently. Also, it's important, but definitely war goes on. Russia hasn't abandoned its strategic goal to destroy Ukraine. It hasn't abandoned its strategic goal to either conquer Ukraine, to destroy Ukraine. And what it has done to Mariupol in general, what Russia wants to do to Ukraine. You know, no more Ukraine, no more sovereign, independent Ukraine, erased from the map. It will not succeed. So we can guarantee, and you've seen, especially international partners, how resilient Ukrainian nation is. They will not succeed. It's part of our DNA. You know, Ukrainians are amazing. That's absolutely true. So sanctions, weapons. Third, of course, international responsibility. So we have a number of proceedings: ICC, International Criminal Court, ICJ, International Court of Justice, the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression, which is to be established under the chapeau of Council of Europe, and Ms. Irina Muda, who is a champion in the accountability track, absolutely leading this important mechanism. Of course, the issue of compensation mechanism, these are extremely important issues. The Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression, well, it might look as if it is a longer term perspective, but actually it should happen now, because each and every war criminal should know that there is no more impunity. Putin and Russia can go further because they feel somehow that they are immune from accountability, that they feel impunity. So that should not be the case. And we, our president, our government, entire Ukraine is working on this. Fourth issue, frozen assets. Of course, frozen assets is a critical issue. Make Russia pay, very great slogan. And indeed, it's not only about physical paying, it's also about bearing responsibility, political responsibility, economic responsibility. Frozen assets, definitely this is the issue, that at some point countries may run out of money, partners may run out of money, but this is the form of responsibility that Russia should also pay. Frozen assets to be transferred to Ukraine for the recovery, for the weapons. This is the doable also thing. We just need more efforts to find proper mechanism to not only to freeze but also to transfer the assets to Ukraine. Reparation loan, as our colleague from the Office of the President stated as well, yes, it is important, but it's not yet enough. So of course, when we speak about Russia, make Russia pay, it's not only about assets, it's also about political responsibility, legal responsibility, sanctions pressure, more military aid to Ukraine, but also about security guarantees. This is the issue which is also comprehensive. The best security guarantee for Ukraine is, of course, NATO membership. And it is on the agenda, though there is no consensus so far among some member states. This is a priority for Ukraine. Article 5 is the best security guarantee for Ukraine. But before we become, at some point, NATO member, we need clear security guarantees now, and our teams are working with all our partners to have Article 5-like guarantees. And they should be really legally binding, strong, robust. There should be boots on the ground to defend Ukraine. There should be international military presence to defend Ukraine from further Russian aggression, but also to help us defend now from Russian aggression. So when we speak about make Russia pay, it's a very comprehensive issue, which entails political, military, legal, economic, financial tracks, and we need more support from our partners. Russia has its goal not only with regard to Ukraine. This is an existential war also for Europe, but also for the global democratic world. Because even the participation of Iran and North Korea in the war, it's also the testimony to the fact that this war has far-reaching consequences, repercussions for the global south, for Indo-Pacific region. This is not only about Ukraine, this is not about Europe, this is about entire global democratic community. And the outcome of this war will define definitely the outcome of our global security for many, many decades to come. I'm more than confident that we will prevail, but we need more support from the partners. And thank you so much. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава! Героям слава! Дуже дякую також за виступ.
Thank
Вітання
you so
міністру і
much
подяка.
for your speech
Друзі,
and
зараз я хотіла б
greetings to the
запросити
minister.
до
And now,
слова
friends, I'm
представника
giving the floor
Європейського
to
Союзу
the
Ярослава
the
Тімофєюка,
representative of the European Union,
політичного відділу. На жаль,
who
пані
is
посол
the head of
Катерина
the political
Матернова
department,
зараз в
Timothy
Одесі,
Yunik.
теж з
Unfortunately,
важливою
Katerina
місією. Я думаю, що
Maternova,
це дуже
now
важливо, тому
ambassador
що
of the European
ми
Union to Ukraine,
адвокатували
is
одна з наших кампаній.
in Odessa
Спочатку
with her
під час
immediate
повномасштабного
visit,
вторгнення це
immediate
була
call to be
no-fly
there.
zone over Ukraine,
So
коли ми вимагали закрити небо.
since
На
the
жаль, тоді кампанія не
beginning of
увінчалася
the
успіху,
large-scale
запізнилася
invasion, we had
ескалації.
the campaign
Ось,
full
але
zone,
пізніше, в
and
23-му році, вже була
unfortunately, that
кампанія
campaign was
Sky
not
Shield
fully
над
effective. And
Одесою,
then we
Західною
had the
Україною,
campaign
де ми
Sky
просили,
Shield
щоб
over
Польща,
Odessa, over the
Румунія
western
використали
Ukraine, where we
свої можливості, засоби
asked
для
for
збивання ракет,
Romania and all
дронів, і
others to
також
use
перейняли
full
цей досвід, тому
capacity
що
so to
ключове,
fight
те, що є в
against
Україні, це і
drones,
розроблені нові технології, і
missiles.
досвід застосування
So
їх вже в реальних
why
боях.
we
Тому ми
were
продовжуємо
underlining
якраз, я думаю,
that
що для пані
importance as
Катерини
we saw
сьогодні в
how
Одесі
the
буде теж хороша можливість
advancement
побачити
in
ситуацію,
technical
питання
sphere and
захисту
all
від
these
портів, від
measurements are
критичної
important in this current
енергоінфраструктури
war,
і, можливо,
ongoing
голос
war. And that
якраз
is
вже
why
під
I'm
час
giving the floor to our
дискусій
next
в
speaker
Європейському Союзі, що треба
for
пришвидшувати якісь рішення, він є важливим.
in regard to this
Пане
topic, in
Ярославе,
regard to
запрошуємо
the
вас до
immediate
слова.
solutions,
Всі
which
ж
are very
очікують, коли
important
вже
now. Mr.
гроші з
Yaroslav, the floor
репараційного
is yours,
кредиту прийдуть в Україну,
as
і це
all
надзвичайно важливо.
are willing to hear about the repatriations, about repatriation loans when they are to come to Ukraine.
No, I will switch to English now. And first of all, as said, Katarina wanted to be here, but she had an important mission to Odessa, but it was not related to the current discussion about the mayor of Odessa. It was planned before it. And she wants to go out to different regions in Ukraine also to show that real life, real politics, EU support, the discussion on EU integration should take place not only in Kyiv, but also at a regional level. But first of all, I would like to, I'm proud to be here, honored to be here, and honored that we have supported this event. And I would like to congratulate the organizers for choosing this, very telling title of the conference today. Yeah, make Russia pay. It's obvious. It's even more obvious when Russia is intensifying its attacks against critical infrastructure of Ukraine every day, every night. So we have to show that the world continues to stand with Ukraine. The world will support Ukraine, will support militarily, of course, but also financially. And this is also a part of the story. And of course, as my predecessors here said very passionately, there is a lot at stake. Of course, the war costs a lot, costs first of all Ukraine, but also people in Europe. Everyone will have to pay for it, because not paying a small amount of money for the support of Ukraine will have very negative consequences for the future. It's better it's also financially, politically better to support Ukraine now than to bear consequences in the past. I will make only a few brief points, but first of all, of course, obvious, the EU has been standing with Ukraine, and also I've just checked the recent figures that we haven't yet spent 300 billions on Ukraine, but we spent 177.5. And by the way, 3.7 billion euros came already from the Russian frozen assets. Bohdana howitzers that were produced here also were produced partly because of those assets that were transferred from the EU through Denmark to the Ukrainian defense industry. But of course, as mentioned before by my predecessors, now we are at a very interesting point of time, the discussions on the reparations loan. I will not speculate about what will come out of this. You know that the European Council next week will will discuss this issue. There are, of course, many nuances. I mean, the ambassador of Belgium will also speak about it. But I think it's an important signal to show that, yeah, that Ukraine, also it's an important element of deterrence towards Putin, also to bring Russia to the negotiating table, to show that Ukraine wants to sit down to have ceasefire, but if Putin doesn't do it, Ukraine and Europe, we are ready to support Ukraine if this is the story, if Putin doesn't choose the correct way of behavior now. And but in this context, I would also like to recall, we should not forget that the importance of the decision back in February 2022 to freeze the assets of the Russian central bank. At the time, it was not an obvious decision. So it was really, it was a coordinated action of G7, but also a huge personal engagement of the President of the European Commission, and it was done very quickly over the weekend. And thanks to this decision, now we can talk about how we can put this money to the best use in support for Ukraine. And another maybe small thing to mention, of course, sanctions were mentioned here. You know that we are working now, we are finalizing now the so-called 19th package of EU sanctions. Some people are joking, I heard it from the speaker Stefan Schur, that EU sanctions are like iPhones, you know, iPhone 17, 18, Pro Max. But I think of course they are not perfect, but they are an important tool, and of course we should be working further to close all the possible loopholes to prevent the circumvention of sanctions. So now, now we are hoping that the sanctions, the 19th package will be formally adopted next week, but the work has already started for the preparations of the next 20th package. So at this point of time, I wish you good, fruitful discussions, and I hope that we can contribute with some concrete ideas for the future. I mean, it's crucial that we have the money to support Ukraine's defense, Ukraine's reconstruction, and accountability. So thank you very much. Дуже дякую.
Дуже дякуємо. Друзі, ви знаєте, ми завжди запрошуємо на наші заходи
представників волонтерських
організацій,
representatives of volunteers, organizations, charity funds, and this time we invited parts of funds as Get Back, Return Alive, Lyuba Shapovich, Dignitas, and others, as these are our partners who do lots of effective and good actions for the public, for the servicemen, and all others. So you very often might hear that you speak about the victory, and outside these talks are ongoing, but you don't know the true situation in the front line. And people, stakeholders engaged, partners engaged, that they act slowly, that no actions are done, that people are losing what is important, that we are losing this war. But it's not true. People don't see the reality. Yes, some actions, some procedures, they take time, but the actions are done. And regarding this package of sanctions, if this package of sanctions would have been implemented as a whole at the very beginning, yes, it would be more fast with the actions against the aggressor, and the damages, the implications, consequences could be milder, but still, what is done is effective. But we need to act more. And today we gathered to see different scenarios of our actions against the aggressor. We see that the aggressor is acting further. and he's acting through different plans which he had for the Baltic region, for other areas where he planned to use their sources and resources there in the Baltic areas, in the Baltic countries and others. But we all understand that the aggressor might have different plans of his actions. We understand that he might not stop. And we need to get this immediate actions, efficacious plans against him. We see that the strategic goal of Putin is propaganda, of Dugin and others. It's all about Asian empire. It's about Grand Eurasia. And that is why our task is to clarify to our partners that these drones, which you can see already in Denmark and other countries of Europe, it's that war. As the Europeans, they see the war as the war of the Second World War times. But these drones in the NATO countries, it's all about Russian presence. And then it's the Chinese microchips, interests, and others. And that is why we need this immediate support to get. And this event, and specifically first, second, and third panels, are dedicated to the message that Russia should lose this war as soon as possible. We've heard these speeches where it was said EU must defeat Russia quickly. So it's all about establishment of actions, but maybe already this understanding comes that the war is very having its consequences and implications to people, those living in the European space, those countries, European countries, those, and that whole our space, global space. And we remember and we understand how important all of this. And I would love to invite to give the floor to Ms. Oksana that they have the plans. Ms. Oksana arranged lots of actions in this fight against Russian aggressor. Oksana, and that is why we would love to highlight our gratitude to Ms. Oksana and her charity fund, as she is acting with her fund since 2014 with her volunteers. Her actions were at the very beginning. Those volunteers acted at the very beginning. They were engaged with this support provision to all those affected by the war. And that is why, Ms. Oksana, we would love to give the floor to you so to hear your brief speech and messages regarding our topic, victory, and make Russia pay, as a topic is very important. Thank you, Ms. Hannah. Our war really started in 2014. Before 2014, I was a producer of TV shows, and my shows were broadcast in central channels where I worked, and with the Ahmadi's Council. So I remember that was the first volunteers team who supported the biggest. So it was the biggest hospital in the country. So in 2014, I was forced to become a military medic, as my family was all in the front in the army. My son, me, I obtained lots of experience since then. I was involved in many actions from those times. I was present and when the head of the general headquarters in the Russian headquarters, when there was given that the way is to be for civilians, for Ukrainians, for Ukrainian militaries, and what was as a result, the way was opened and the people were killed. burned down, and the awful actions were done then, since then. And I recall on all those events, and I do not want the repetition of those events anymore. I remember when we with the buses worked with the civilian buses, when we were trying to evacuate civilians, and when the buses were under shelling, we lost many people there. We lost our servicemen. Many people were killed. Awful events. So, and since then, I am engaged in this flow of events. I'm fighting. And since then, I got invited to speak about the current events. And I remember my work in Avdiivka, my duties in Avdiivka, Ukrainian territory, and I remember the shellings, the attacks against Avdiivka. And I remember when I was communicating with the senators, and I was showing them the pictures of Avdiivka, and the pictures confirming those events, and they were shocked, as not all understand what happened before and what is happening. They not all believe what is going on. And since then, I already understood the moment that we all are to be in this in need of preparations to the full global war, and no one believed me since then. But I was standing on it, and I'm standing on it. We need these preparations. 10 years passed. People didn't believe that the war could happen. People thought that we, all those engaged since then, that we are weird, that we are strange, that we speak about strange things, about the full war, large-scale invasion. That is not true. And we were showing them pictures. They didn't believe us. They didn't believe the fact that it was the actions of Russians, the Russian tanks, the Russian weapons, that people killed. The people were killed by the Russians. No one believed. So this war started in 2014, and you see, it came to the present. I remember my work in the stabilization points and stabilization units, and I was a medic there. I remember how my work was tough. I worked with the colleagues there, and when I communicated with my colleagues, what I heard from them, that people were saying to me that they had these feelings that something is strange, that something might happen. But I don't. But yes, I believe that something might happen. But I cannot believe that it is to be at the large scale level. And now, when I speak with my colleague, with the medical doctor, he's saying, Oksana, I feel this fault. It's my fault. I think that it's my fault that in those times I didn't have this full understanding and full belief that it is the fact that it is to be the large-scale invasion. And now it's 2022, and we have these events. So continue talking about my experience. Once I had a case with the serviceman, IT serviceman, he got injured. He was IT guy, and he got an amputation as a result. I remember his words when he was saying to me, Miss Oksana, I cannot believe that this is happening with me. It was 8th of July and 2024, and I remember how tough it was. I remember the attack against Ahmadi. I remember those shellings against Ahmadi and that awful slow events. What I saw, that our doctors were not ready to the war. The war was for 2 years already, but people were lost. People could not believe that against pediatric hospital these awful actions might be done. And you see the result. People didn't understand fully till the very end. They didn't pay attention even to their injuries, what is happening to them. And I remember I came to them on that day, 8th of July. I was engaged with those events. And I remember how I was acting with them. I remember how I saw them, how I watched them. I saw this unpreparedness. And now I have this message to all the Ukrainians and to all those engaged. Please don't be like before. Be ready, be prepared, be mobilized. Ukraine is the front line, is the front line of defense of this safety and security which we are trying to reach. But it's only the first line, it's the shield. We have lots of consequences of the war, many injured, lack of servicemen, lack of weapons, lack of resources. I remember how I communicated with the British side, and with the British side, British medics and others engaged, and we were discussing with them the cases with the injured servicemen in the front line. And I was saying to them, when these operations with the injured, we call them special operations, rescue operations, and they could not understand why we call these operations as special operations. And I remember how we were explaining to them that why we call this special, as we are not pros in this flow of events, and we estimate and calculate all of our actions so to rescue people and to be prepared for any possible further events. Thank you so much. I'm head of the fund, and since 2014, and I'm representing of the mid layer of what is the mid layer? Mid layer of volunteers. We are the most. We are those who support the body of the front. What is the body? It's construction materials, energy resources, repairs, machinery repairs of the cars, those cars procured by the servicemen and procured by the volunteers and other actors engaged. It's about grids, nets made by the volunteers, cobas. All of you know what's cobas, brackets. We buy these brackets from the different people working in different places and different workshops, garages. One bracket costs 16 hryvnia, and we need lots of such brackets. Using these brackets, we create tools for servicemen. Usually, volunteers procure these brackets everywhere. And recently, we had a case when we had a shortage of these brackets. We didn't know where to procure them enough, and we didn't know what to do. And we were referring with the call, please provide us with these brackets as we use them for our tools, which we create for servicemen. Another example, you see this package. It's a package of food. It's like a sublimated food kit, food project. This summer and this autumn, happened something that before we received these packages from as a packages of donations of humanitarian aid to those affected by the war and servicemen. But this summer and this autumn, we have a lack of them, and we're asking what happened. So for you to understand why I'm talking about this, as we are becoming more and more weak with our resources. It's a very long time war. It's already the first stage of war coming. And you know, it's not like in the 2022. It used to be like in 2014, according to our assumption. Why? We've talked, we worked with the different layers of population, with the affected, with those affected by the war, with the victims of the war, with the servicemen, and we conducted a poll with them. We were asking them what is needed for them, how they consider this new stage of the war, and all of them confirmed the fact that the kill zone started. All of you know what the kill zone is. Or here you live, it's your place, it's your household, it's your area where you stay. It's the front, it's the front line. The cars cannot go there. Here you can find military servicemen standing like this, and they are staying there in these areas a very long time, it's like for 4 months or even more, and they need supplies of food, supplies of resources, power banks, hygiene kits, food, and all of this is done by drones. And you see, and now our army does not have these supplies. Why? As we were, the Ukrainian state, the Ukrainian society, we're not fully prepared that too. And now you see, for you to understand, how much does tourniquet cost? 1,500 hryvnias, and one serviceman needs 4. He procures such tools himself, or sometimes he can get it from volunteers. Okay. Mainly, they procure it themselves, as is the materials which they use. And for you to understand, these materials, needs in these materials are huge. They cannot cover their needs themselves. No one can cover these needs themselves. We cannot stay without support further. So I remember while I was talking about brackets, which we procure for servicemen, we had a case with that one battalion who procured 10,000 brackets themselves. And we as volunteers, we help them only to the amount of 2,000, unfortunately, as we don't have enough funds so to cover. And another example, it was about the funds of the volunteers, funds of the militaries, salaries of the servicemen. And you see how the servicemen spend their salaries, money earned. And usually people start asking where money go. Militaries earn their salaries. Salaries are huge. How they spend their money this way. So it was the example how the salaries of the militaries are spent. It is the reflection of shortages and lacks in the Ukrainian society. So about 4,000 US dollar, for you to understand, is spent on a monthly basis for one serviceman to support his life to survive. So the militaries go to the front line, the state pays money to the servicemen, compensate risks, and the half of the money earned is contributed to the survival. It is a very bad situation. I'm highly asking, and we're all asking, help and assistance as soon it is to be something similar which happened in 2014.
Дякуємо, пані Діано. Друзі, власне, кожного закликаємо донатити щодня, хто є, які можливості, це те, що ми робимо, підтримувати волонтерів середнього, я не знаю, рівня, тому що всі волонтери
call for donations. All the volunteers, actually it's good that there are some volunteers present here. The second panel discussion is about the money which exists in Ukraine, which can be accumulated. That's from the excise taxes and lobbying. There are lobbyists who say that keep taxes as low as possible, and international support. Also mobilize the internal resources, and there is going to be a separate discussion for that. Let's now give a round of applause to Oksana and Diana, since both of them have been working since 2014. We're also thankful to our representatives of the Office of the President and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There are a lot of representatives here and representatives of the diplomatic institutions. And now I pass the floor to Olena Halushka, our International Center of Ukrainian Victory, who is really a believer of the fact that the assets will not only be confiscated, but after the victory will go to a nice resorts of the Baikal and other new republics which will emerge. Thank you so very much. I'm not only a believer, but I'm also a preacher. So now we invite the dear speakers to the first speaker. So Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Mikola, Mr. Andriy. Please join the panel. Pick any seat. It's actually great that we had such an active panel of opening participated by two volunteers. They actually explained very well the sense of urgency. Anna is right. Now we can see more understanding of threats and dangers that Russia faces, makes European continent face. And here I actually use the comparison of Professor Timothy Snyder. He actually compared it with the Second World War. He says that now we are in 1938. If Czechoslovakia decided to protect itself and the Allies supported its defense. Now in 2025, Ukraine is trying to keep the front, but our resources are not unlimited. And our volunteers have just explained what's going on. And the most valuable thing is our people. So now we can see that the peaceful initiatives of the President Trump did not lead to the expected peace or ceasefire. And the war of attrition costs hundreds of billions of dollars yearly. This war is outside the borders of Ukraine. We are reading about drones which violate the airspace of Estonia, and some unknown drones are in the airports of Europe. So we understand that we need to find some decisions, some long-term systematic decisions. Now we can hear the discussions of the European Union about the use of the frozen assets of Russian Central Bank in the form of a so-called reparation loan, which has been long discussed about. And we have heard the head of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and Mrs. Callas. However, we can also see the interest of the Chancellor of Germany and the President Macron, and it didn't happen earlier. However, the discussions still continue, and we still have a lot of things to discuss. However, there is a resistance from the side of the financial specialists, especially the Institute talk about that. This is not a decision of just one institution, that's the decision of the national defense, and leaders who decide about the national defense should make this decision. How to do that? How to initiate this reparations loan? And how to ensure the justice, and how to make all this 300 billion to work for Ukraine. Today we'll be talking about it with amazing speakers. They are Mr. Luke Jacobs, the ambassador of Belgium in Ukraine, Mykola Yurlov, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, and Mr. Timothy Ash will be also with us. He is the senior sovereign strategist of the company RBC Blue Bay Asset Management. He will join us from Washington. And I highlight that there is a group there.
First of all, thank you so much for joining this discussion. We know how difficult it is for the Belgian government, but nevertheless super important. Mr. Ambassador, we are of course well aware of the position of the Belgian government that this assets that were immobilized in the Euroclear, that they are the hand that lays golden eggs. That's hard to argue, of course, but the risks that Ukraine and Europe overall are facing require significantly larger resources than this hand can provide. And if you take a look at the political debates and the political dynamics in Ukraine's key partners, with Americans not ready to contribute with the aid anymore, there are actually no alternative systemic solutions to sustain Ukraine's defense, economy, and critical recovery in the mid to long run. And that's Russia's calculus, to cut Western aid for Ukraine and to try to outweigh, outlast Western support for Ukraine. Therefore, of course, we call on the Belgian government to lift opposition to this decision. And the question to you is, of course, what are additional safeguards that are needed to make this decision possible, and how can we help, from our side to get it unblocked and to get it done?
Дуже дякую, Олена.
Thank you so very much, Elena. Good morning, everyone. I'm really great to be here with you today.
I'm always thinking, am I in Ukraine to do my job or to learn your beautiful language? And then I think I first have to do my job, and wish me the discipline to continue learning your language. I understand fairly well, but sorry, speaking is not yet something I can achieve. But I'm indeed very happy to be here with you, among you. I value your work a lot. I mean, I was witness to the first actions that you undertook in Warsaw as the center of Ukrainian Victory while I was ambassador there. So I have a lot of admiration for the work that you are doing, for the work that the volunteers are doing. So I perfectly understand the importance of the questions, today's questions. And I, of course, also know, because Belgium happens to be the country where we have this depository agency, which is Euroclear, which is holding where the bulk of immobilized Russian assets are being held. I mean, there is a lot of expectation, and there is a lot of, and we are in the focus of attention when it comes to this issue. So it is good to offer me a forum in which indeed I can explain that position. And it is a position, it is not Olena, it is not an opposition. Belgium does not have the reputation within the EU or within the United Nations to be a country that stands in the way of sound, collective, impactful decisions. So we are not in opposition, but we are there to draw the attention to a number of factors that are absolutely important if we want indeed these assets, if we want to make an even more smarter use of the Russian assets as we have been doing so far. What is important, and that is what Deputy Minister Betsa has underlined, that we have to see this issue as part of a comprehensive effort. Indeed, there are the sanctions, there are the weapons, there is the accountability, and there are the assets, but the assets are part of a broader effort in which indeed the international community has to do its job. And as we heard from the colleague from the EU delegation, the EU is doing the job, and we are of course aware that we have to do even more. We cannot do enough. That is one thing. The other thing that is of course very important is, and that is what Mrs. Irina Modra underlined, how do we bridge the gap between now and later? Already the assets are destined for reconstruction and reparations. That is already in the conclusions of the European Council. The question is indeed, and we perfectly understand, financial needs are very important, so that the question has to be asked, can we use these assets already now in a more smarter way? First of all, and that has already been stressed, the assets as we have them now, frozen and immobilized. When we say immobilized, it is the assets that pertain to actions under the Central Bank of Russia that are immobilized. So these funds, frozen assets are the assets that belong to private entities or to private persons under sanction. Here we speak about the sovereign assets, but that is the bulk of the assets. They are not sitting idle. Neither the frozen, neither the immobilized assets are already producing money, and that money is used in its totality for Ukraine's just cause. This is through the ERA loans. That is a mechanism that we already developed together with the G7 countries. That is a way of financing, of providing a constant flow of money to Ukraine, and that is carried by the G7, by the EU and other partner countries, but especially, of course, by those that indeed are holding assets on their territory. ERA loans 50 billion, an amount of 50 billion being used in its totality for Ukraine. These are what we call the windfall profits on the assets. And windfall profits means, okay, these assets are frozen and immobilized, which is usually not the case. They come and go. Now they are sitting there, producing interest money. That money is being used. That money is being taxed. It is being taxed in Belgium. It is being taxed everywhere. Corporate tax on windfall profits. Belgium is using this tax in its totality to support Ukraine's cause. And I think to know that other countries that are holding these assets and are taxing the profits, the interest on these assets, are using that tax money as well. So when you read in the media that one or another country is using already the Russian assets, do know that this is either the windfall profits or it is the tax on the taxation income on the windfall profits. No country so far, unless you can point it out to me, as far as I know, no country so far that is holding Russian assets is already using the capital of these assets. None. And why is this? And that is also the point, the position that Belgium is taking in the discussions that have been taking place already for years, but are now focused on indeed an interesting mechanism. But what do we say? This mechanism should be legally tight, it should be legally sound, it should be in a way that we are not going to do ourselves more pain than we want to do pain to the aggressor. We could do ourselves pain if we would blindly use, capitalize, confiscate, or use in a matter, use another mechanism that would entail important legal liability. This is something that we have to be very careful about, especially also, I mean, respect for international law, respect for law, rule of law has been stressed in every intervention. That is exactly also the guiding principle when we have to discuss about the use of these assets. We have to stay within the law, because that is the big principle that you are fighting for as well, and that is the principle by what we are also abiding. Then if there is also the financial risk, I mean, these assets are placed in an institution, well, it's not an official institution, it's a company, it's a private company, but on EU territory, as it happens in Belgium. But this is the way that there is trust in the financial system as we set it up within the EU, as we are acting within the sphere of financial trust that one can have in the EU, in the Eurozone. There are important financial risks as well involved in using, certainly in seizing the assets, and in mechanisms that we are using this in another way, in a smarter way, in a more creative way, that we would be using these assets. We have to take into account as well the financial risks and the reputational risks for the Eurozone. Or will in future, would we like world capital to move to Beijing, for example, where they would develop an alternative system, an alternative financial market? Maybe we would not trust such a system as much as the one we have now, and where we have to look to it that this trust is being maintained. And then the last fundamental principle when it comes to developing new mechanisms is that these risks, the legal risk, the risk of litigation is shared by a broader international community. I mean, the European Union, but also the G7. We are not we in Belgium happen to have the bulk of these assets, but we are not the only ones. If we are left alone in bearing the risk, the legal risk, litigation risk, this is on that amount, on those billions of assets, that is the equivalent of the Belgian budget. So this is a huge, for Belgium, this is unbearable. So that is why we have constantly pleaded among the EU members and broader towards the G7 members that we share this risk. If we think and if we find the right mechanisms to make these assets already work better for you now, then we have to do this collectively. And again, so far, no single country has taken already steps. Canada was going to do it. Has Canada already seized the assets? I don't think so, but correct me if I'm wrong. So this is, Olena, the position. We are not in opposition, but we want to draw the attention to the fact that when we do something creative, we have to do it smart. And we are not alone in thinking that. And this is the discussion now in the EU. We are preparing the next European Council. The proposal reparation loan is an interesting mechanism, has been considered to the best on the table now, has to be articulated further. Unless I'm mistaken, it's not yet translated into a legislative proposal. We are at the phase of, indeed, of this deep-going reflection about whether we are going to do the right thing. But we are reflecting on it, we are working on it, and I think that is the important message as well. I hope I was not too long, but thanks for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we are, from the very start of this campaign, we've been rallying for the coalition approach, and we realized that this is an important step where we need to have different stakeholders on board. And for me personally, it's such a big pain to realize that probably the best momentum to fully seize the assets was a year ago when we had Biden administration on board and when most of G7 partners did want, but we saw the opposition from the European partners. But at this point, we still have to generate the will and to seek for the creative solutions and move forward. Before I pass the floor to Mykola, because I'm seeing that you are getting prepared, if I may give the floor to Mr. Ash, who is with us in the middle of the night. Again, I won't stop, highlighting this, because that's super appreciative, but His Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, touched upon the financial risks, and I know that it regularly pops up as one of the main arguments against any use of these assets for Ukraine. You are a practitioner. You have 25 years of experience working in the various financial institutions, the financial institutions you are right now with is managing portfolio worth of 500 billion pounds. You know very well how investors work, what triggers the investment reactions, and what they perceive as the real risks. Could you please give us a bit of your understanding of how the actions of the EU and G7 regarding the use of Russian assets are perceived, and if there are real risks that third countries will divert from Western currencies?
Yeah, look, pleasure. Well, kind of a pleasure to be here. Apologies, I probably don't look very good at 4:30 in the morning, but yeah, sure. Look, I work for RBC Asset Management. We're a large asset manager. You mentioned we're a client of Euroclear, right? We are. So we understand Euroclear, right? We get it. We understand it. As you mentioned, I've had actually close to 30 years in financial markets. I think Belgium is pushing this line about if we move from immobilization to freeze, seize, and use assets, that it will be a shock to global markets. Investors will have concerns about the reserve currency status of the euro, for example. They'll shift resources away from the eurozone or the dollar or the Canadian dollar or sterling, right? I would just say that, firstly, the move to immobilization in April 22, put the resources outside, away from Russia already, right? And the message from G7 is Russia is never going to get these resources back unless it pays reparations. I mean, that's the absolutely crystal clear message, right? So If you're a China or a Saudi Arabia or a Gulf state and you have significant reserve assets in Euroclear, you would have already moved your assets from April 22 in response to this action. I think the move from immobilization to seizing and freezing, it's pretty irrelevant, right? The message was clearly sent. There's zero evidence that those countries move their reserve assets out of Belgium or the dollar, whatever. Zero evidence. It didn't happen. I've heard some people suggest also that the rise in gold was also a reflection of this. If you look at gold prices, certainly in 2022, gold prices actually rallied in the second half of 2022. So there's no evidence that these the big foreign exchange reserve countries did anything in response to a mobilization, right? And you could say, well, look at the gold price rise now. It's been happening for about a year. I would say there are lots of different factors driving the rise in gold, not just related to concerns perhaps about moving from immobilization to freezing and seizing. There's policy in the US, political risks that has encouraged a movement into gold. But there's not really much evidence of a move out of say treasuries or safe haven assets, for example, bonds, gilts, all those kind of things. And you say, well, why hasn't this happened, right? And the reality is that if you think of, again, those big foreign exchange reserve countries, Saudi, India, China, etc., you've got about $7 trillion of foreign exchange reserve assets globally. And the reality is there are no liquid global markets. There are no alternatives for those countries to dump that level of foreign exchange reserves. They don't trust each other. There is zero chance that Saudi Arabia is going to put all its reserves into China. It's zero. It's not going to happen, right? It's scaremongering, I'm afraid, by Belgium to suggest that. They don't trust each other. They're not going to move it. They're out liquid markets. And the French have, initially put this idea up that the Saudis told them that if you move to freeze, seize the assets, we will sell bonds or oats or whatever. We will move assets out of, say, European safe haven assets, right? Let's just think about the logic. Let's think about how that would work, right? So Saudi Arabia would say, right, we are going to sell euro assets, we'll sell bonds, we'll sell oats, whatever. What's the impact of that, right? The impact of that is that the prices of those assets will fall, right? And the yield on those assets will rise. And interest rates in Europe will rise, but they could also do that if it's we would all agree with Belgium that it should be a G7 coordinated action, right? So you'd see it would also be US Treasury prices would fall, US Treasury yields would increase, global interest rates would rise, global growth would fall as a result of that, and actually commodity prices, particularly oil, would fall because the assumption is that this is a systemic risk to the global economy. Saudi Arabia, by taking this action, is creating that systemic risk, and oil prices will collapse, which will massively hurt the Saudi Arabian budget. Now, MBS in Saudi Arabia has his very expensive Vision 2030. He needs high oil prices to fund that. He isn't going to create a systemic global crisis that will hurt himself more than anything. And it's the same for China. China wants a well-functioning global economy with high growth, big demand for its products. If it does this kind of action, again, it will depress those safe haven asset prices and raise yields and interest rates as a result, creating a global recession as a result of it, right? So it just is not going to do that. It's not even going to signal that it's going to do that because it would have catastrophic effect, right? So it's simply not going to happen. I mean, I think it's just ridiculous to say that. And I think the argument that I mean, the counter to the Belgian view would be, what is the alternative, right? You know, we know for a fact the cost of supporting Ukraine is $100 billion a year, right? A minimum. That's just to keep Ukraine in the war. I would argue to win, it's $150 billion, right? Now, it's clear the Americans are not there. There's a huge financing hole. They were providing 40%. So Europe has to provide $150 billion a year. So, okay, Belgium, how are you going to fund that in Europe? Give us an alternative plan. Tell us how you are going to provide that level of financing for years to come, right? And what happens if we don't do this, right? I would argue that if we fail to fund the successful defense of Ukraine, we fail to provide that 100 to 150 billion, Ukraine could lose this war. What are the consequences for Europe and the euro if Ukraine loses this war? I would say that's a catastrophic blow to the credibility of Europe and to the euro. The bigger risk to Europe is not doing this. It's not seizing and confiscating and mobilized Russian assets. It's not doing it and not funding it, right? And the longer we delay this, the longer the war goes on, and the bigger risk that Ukraine will fail and European security will be a risk. And may I remind the Belgian ambassador, you know, Belgium has been a recurrent underfunder of defence. It's been of the worst culprits within NATO in terms of its defence spending. Now, if Ukraine loses because we don't do this, you know, Russia will be a huge threat to Europe, and we will have to go to that 5% of GDP defence spend, not in 10 years, but immediately. And that means, you know, we go to, you know, from 2.3, 2.7, whatever it is at the moment, to 5. That means a big increase in budget deficits, a big increase in borrowing requirements. It means higher interest rates in Europe, and it means lower growth, right? And lower growth, I mean, ultimately more spending on defense, and lower growth means less available for social spending. It means a bigger risk of social unrest. It will further the rise of the far right in Europe, which is probably one of the biggest threats to European stability and the cohesion of the European Union, you know, and you know, peace and stability in Europe itself. So, you know, I challenge the ambassador. Okay, if you don't want to do this, tell us exactly how you propose to fill the $100 billion a year funding requirements of Ukraine. Just tell us an alternative. I would agree, and I'll end on this note. As a financial market practitioner, I'm a bond investor, right? I live and breathe this every day. You know, I would just say, you know, just please give us an alternative. Tell us your alternative model.
Tim, thank you so much. I think what is really an important argument that we are asking, that we are asking all of our partners who are part of this debate is that there is cost of action, that's for sure, but there is also cost of inaction. And at a certain point, you know, everyone has to make the decisions, you know, on balancing one to another. And you're definitely right that the risks which Europe would be facing in case of not doing this step, from my perspective, would significantly outweigh any risks of actually doing this step. Because Russia is clearly the threat to Europe. And I think that the Munich speech of J.D. Vance was a very clear message that Europe must step up, and much more, in fact, needs to be done. But before we come to the comments and questions and answers, I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Mykola Yurlov. And Пане Микола, ви в цій темі насправді вже дуже давно.
Mr. Mikola, you are part of this topic for quite some time. You've been doing a lot of work together with Mrs. Irina. She has just voiced the position of the Ukrainian government. Can you please tell us what is the partnership like now with the European partners? What are we doing to mobilize the partners in order to make this step? And of course, the question is, if this reparations loan will be issued, it's going to be given for the everyday needs right now. But how is this connected to the justice, and how to make this money be a deterrent factor? And maybe you want to comment on what has been already said.
Насамперед у нас аудиторія, наші шановні партнери, я перейду також на англійську.
Considering that we have our international partners here, I will switch to English as well.
I will start with addressing my colleague here. Votre Excellence, je vous remercie pour le soutien de la Belgique et du peuple belge pour l'Ukraine. C'est très important pour nous. I just thank the ambassador and the Belgian people, as well as of all of you colleagues and my colleagues from diplomatic corps from all of the world for the invaluable support that we have received in our fight for survival and our fight for international law. And I will start briefly discussing on the efforts that Ukraine, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Ministry of Justice of Ukraine, the Office of the President of Ukraine are doing in restoring justice. And and I will start by quoting you, Mr. Ambassador, in your interview in 2015, during your previous tenure, you've very rightfully mentioned that the so-called Belgian solution for Ukraine was unacceptable. That was in a time when many other diplomats suggested that Ukraine should remain somehow neutral. That was the first year after the war began. I'm from Crimea, Sevastopol. For me, that was a very important message that you've sent, because I've heard from many other diplomats that we should somehow appease the Russians. But you were very clear that this war began because Ukraine wanted not to be a part of Russia. And I know this because I was born and raised among the Russians, that there's nothing in their minds except expansion and conquest. These people are conditioned for aggressive conquests. This has been a part of their history. This is what I know from my very, very first years on this planet, living among them. So this is really important that what you've said. At that moment, 10 years ago, you told us that Ukraine has international order and international community behind you. And so we hoped. That was not enough, unfortunately, to stop the Russians from their full-scale genocidal aggression against Ukraine. But we are trying to muster this international community and get this international law in which so many have hoped when we signed the Budapest Memorandum in 1994, giving the world's third nuclear stockpile for basically nothing in exchange. When we have agreed in 1997 to give 83% of the Black Sea Fleet to the Russian Federation in exchange for their recognition of territorial sovereignty of Ukraine. Not many of you remember, but the first Russian attempt to annex a part of Ukrainian territory was in 1995, when they have sponsored a secessionist movement by by the so-called president of Crimea. And that attempt was thwarted, but they threatened, either we take all of Crimea or you give us the Black Sea Fleet and it stays there. As you very well know, the Black Sea Fleet was the first element of the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014. Not many of you remember the Tuzla incident of 2003, or the secessionist movements that Russians tried to launch in 2004 after the first the Orange Revolution, when they gathered tens of thousands of deputies in the city of Severodonetsk, which is now occupied, and tried to launch the project Novorossiya. That was 2004, 4 years before the Bucharest summit. which, as some claim, was the start of the problem with the NATO expansion and all this other very useful but meaningless arguments to justify Russian aggression. What we see here and what we see is that the lack of reaction to the previous invasions and the attempts of Russia against its crimes against humanity in Ichkeria, against its invasion and occupation of Transnistria, so-called Transnistria in Moldova, against its war of aggression against Georgia, then Crimea, the crimes against humanity in Syria and the bombing of Aleppo and all the other atrocities they have done. All this has led to the moment where we are now. And if it wouldn't be for the brave defenders of Ukraine, international law would not exist anymore. It's not charity, as Madam Mudra has said in the opening words. It's about restoring something that protects us from the scourge of war, as the United Nations Charter said was supposed to serve, but obviously has failed in it. Anyway, we're trying to make any sense of this concept of international law, which I have practiced for the past 15 years. Can't say that I'm too fond of the effectiveness of this, but we're making, I think, as much possible with it as we can. So in November 2022, the United Nations General Assembly has passed a resolution called Furtherance of Remedy. It was supported by 94 states. That resolution has acknowledged that the Russian Federation must bear legal consequences for its illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, including making compensation for all damage, loss and injury caused by that aggression. And in the implementation of that resolution, we have launched the Register of Damage, which Madam Mudra has said, and then we move to the next step, which is the Claims Commission, the negotiations about which had finished last month in The Hague. And we will be adopting indeed the convention establishing the Claims Commission on 15th and 16th of December in The Hague. Obviously, we are very much grateful to the 56 delegations who have participated, including the European Union and the Council of Europe, and 53 other states, 54 with Ukraine. And we are trying to also engage the other regions of the world, particularly Latin America, Africa, and Oceania, as well as Asia, to those states which have voted for the resolution but haven't joined the register or the Claims Commission negotiations yet. So we would very much appreciate also the support of our colleagues in the outreach efforts that we have for the Claims Commission. But how does that relate to the assets? A bit of a lengthy introduction, but albeit necessary. One of the points of the diplomatic conference on 16th December will be focused at finding the sources for the compensation. Russian Federation has caused more than $1 trillion of damage, starting from 2014, the date the war began. This is a very rough estimate because we only have calculations by the World Bank and the UN through the RDNA 4 report for the 3 years of the full-scale invasion, starting from 2022, and they are capped at 589 billion just for 3 years, which allows us to make projections that the total amount of damage is north of 1 trillion. That being said, the Claims Commission, as of now, it is capped at 2022, so that's the amount that we would be looking for to address through the Claims Commission. And it's not only about the Register of Damage. There's a common misconception that it's only about paying to the people of Ukraine. It is, first of all, not limited to Ukrainians. So foreigners and foreign companies which have suffered on the territory of Ukraine after 24th February 2022 as a result of Russian aggression can also apply to the register. We'll also have this opportunity. We're still rolling out the technical procedures. They should be available by the end of the year. And the second important element, which is about the resilience and the long-term approach to the war, is that the state of Ukraine is also eligible for damage. And the compensations that we receive through the Claims Commission could be used for defense spending, could be used for economic recovery, could be used for urgent reconstruction needs. It's not only limited to the victims of the war, which are of course a priority, but nonetheless, That's why what we have called for and what we have engaged in, we fully acknowledge and respect the legal and economic concerns that our partners have. That's why we've commissioned the world's most highly qualified international law professors to write a detailed memo about how the international law of countermeasures allows for the transfer of the assets, not confiscation. That's an important distinction. We're not asking to confiscate anything. We're asking for a reversible transfer. And the reversibility element is achieved through the set-off, that once the 300 billion are transferred, this amount is subtracted from the $1 trillion that Russia owes to Ukraine. I don't think that anybody doubts that the proportionality element of the countermeasures concept is not achieved, and that's basically it. So international law is very clear about this. You can take the sovereign assets of another state if that state is waging a war against the international order. It's pretty much basic. You don't even need to have a degree in international law to understand that that's how countermeasures work. As for the economic concerns, I don't think that I can in any way add to what Tim has said. My only suggestion would be also to look at the report by Kyiv School of Economics, which has specifically addressed the risks that have been raised about the way the markets will react. And here it is, I fully agree, we need to evaluate these risks. And that's why we have done this for you. So there is no impediment from the legal or economic standpoint to address this reparation loan, a portion of which should be reserved for compensations, as Madam Mudro said. The only question is the political will. And what we're asking of our dear partners is to be at least half as brave as our defenders are, who are sacrificing their lives, not only for Ukraine, but for the future of Europe and the world based on the rules of international law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mykola, and particularly thank you for giving a good historic dive for us, because we have to understand that Russia has been the threat. I mean, this war hasn't started in 2022, as many think, not even in 2014. I mean, it is a centuries-long war because Russia was never de-imperialized. And I think that Hanna Hopko and a lot of other colleagues are working hard towards this final goal. I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Mikheyev, because one of the main risks, I mean, one of the things why we are still debating whether the use of this money as the reparation loan for Ukraine is risky or not, is the threat that on the 4th year of Russia's full-scale war, genocidal aggression, with Russia actively bombing Ukrainian critical infrastructure in order to freeze Ukraine into capitulation, there is still a high risk that sanctions may be lifted and this money can actually go back to Russia. And I do not want anyone to have an illusion here that anything which returns back to Russia would immediately be invested into drones and missiles to further bomb Ukraine and Europe. How come we are where we are? What needs to be changed and how this can be fixed?
Thank you very much, Olena, about this question. The issue of the EU sanctions, EU common foreign and security policy measures in this regard is very interesting, tricky, and still poses a lot of risk, especially in terms of the time frames of the action of such measures. Because I don't think that would be a surprise for you that the EU sanctions are actually revised by each 6 months, and the whole large structure of the euro loan, the structure of the future reparation loan is based on the freezing of these assets, and which serve as the collateral for both these loans. But in case in the next 6 months the sanctions are lifted, these bases will simply disappear in one moment. There will be no legal basis to keep the major part of Russian assets within the euro clear, Russia will immediately claim them back, and nothing can be done in this case to avoid this. This is a very interesting question, because actually the first sanctions of such a general kind against Russia were imposed in 2014 for the term of 1 year. And when they have been, the specific regulations, EU regulations, have been amended in 2022 after the full-scale invasion started, the time frame were changed to half of a year. Actually, we may understand the dynamics of change and the general change of the approach in the EU sanctions, because the EU sanction policy is straightforward to lighten the burden of sanctions with regard to individuals, with regard to legal entities, because EU wants to show that it respects human rights, it respects personal rights, and it interprets every doubt, every possible evidence that allows to lift such sanctions in favor of the sanctioned individuals and entities. But can we say that Russia, an aggressor, officially recognized as aggressor by the United Nations, may be treated the same way as the individuals and legal entities? So, is it suitable that sanctions against Russia are formulated in the way that they expire automatically, and after that the EU states should unanimously take decision on their prolongation, which means that in case one state, and we particularly well know which one state it may be, if such state votes against, the sanctions are over, Russian assets are transmitted back to Russia, and actually everything ends for Ukraine. So it's a very interesting question how the major aggressor of the modern times, Russia, which killed thousands of civilians, destroyed thousands of civil objects, which the soldiers of which commit all existing kinds of international crimes here on our territory, how it may be equaled to other objects of EU sanction policy. I have even more to say. The European Union officially adopted guidelines on imposing sanctions, actually provides for another approach in formulating such sanctions provisions, which is even officially recognized as a more priority one, which provides that sanctions, they should be automatically prolonged unless there is an evidence that objectives of the sanctions are reached, and they should be lifted. So the decision in questions to be voted for should be not should the sanctions against Russia be continued. The question should be, the issue should be, is there a basis to lift the sanctions against Russia? And in this case, even if one state votes against, the sanctions still stay in force. So this is very important. This is officially adopted, and this is really surpriseful why it's not applied by the Council of the European Union, considering that earlier they have officially undertaken such an obligation on themselves. Of course, we understand all the political complication of the situation. We understand that the consensus to be reached, it relates on negotiations, and we also appreciate very much the latest efforts and even plans officially stated that the approach shall be changed, that when sanctions shall be subject to review, their decision is taken by the qualified majority, not by the absolute majority, so 100% of states, but by the qualified majority of voting. However, I cannot but be a little bit skeptical about this mechanism, because the legal basis for such proposal, definitely Article 31 of the Treaty on the European Union, also has already the mechanism which may undermine all such this approach, because it provides directly that in case one state expresses that it's against of voting on such issue by qualified majority, like everything is over in plain words. So it will not be voted for by the qualified majority. So everything still depends on the political will, on the political compromise, and on the political negotiation, which means that each half of a year shall be an intrigue, shall be a big surprise, and not in a good way surprise, for Ukraine, for European Union, for international community. Shall the Russian assets still be frozen? Shall they still support the ERA loan? Shall they still support the reparation loan? And if not, what happens next? Who will pay this loan, the first and the second loan back? So these problems are of a very high importance, although they concern some technical formalities. But the consequences of negative outcome, they may be catastrophic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So the main conclusion is that the longer we delay painful decisions, the more painful they are becoming later. So we are running a little bit late, so I suggest the following. We have already one very important question from Team Ash with regards to what is the Europe's plan B in supporting Ukraine if there will be no reparation loan agreed. I suggest that we collect 2 or 3 more questions from the audience and then let every speaker answer the question that were directed at them and give the closing remarks. If that works for everybody, do we have any questions from the audience? Maybe comments or remarks, complaints, praisal, please.
Thank you. My name is Natalia Sechevlyuk. I am a legal advisor in Transparency International Ukraine, and I was thinking about making a remark and also asking a question regarding the possibility of lifting sanctions, which Andriy said in his speech. But to my understanding, it would not be a good decision either for the EU, especially Belgium and Euroclear, since this institution also receives an income from the frozen Russians assets there, because they produce these interests that are used also in for our defense. Of course, they are transferring some of it, but they're also keeping it in the EU financial system as well. So to my understanding, it's also profitable for EU to keep these sanctions in place. That's the first remarks, and maybe Andriy or anyone else can comment on that. And the other one is the question regarding the possibility for the risk insurance for if our EU partners will actually make the decision to transfer the Russian sovereign money to Ukraine. I've heard from some economic experts that there are such things as insuring the risks. So would it be a possible scenario for this case with investing Russian money in Ukraine? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe risk insurance is something which team, as the professional, can help us address. Do we have any other question? Yes, please, Alexandra.
Hi, Alexandra Betli, Institute of Economic Research and Policy Consulting, and I have a kind of a comment, and actually I would like to hear the opinion of Ambassador and Timothy as well. during COVID times, European countries and actually all G7 countries and other countries received COVID SDRs from IMF. These SDRs are sitting in the reserves of all countries, and this is kind of one of the possibilities also to finance the war, the defense spending, the help to Ukraine, etc. What do you think about this opportunity just to start finally using this money, especially taking into account that IMF has created the account for the assistance to Ukraine, which can be actually receiving these SDRs already in 2022? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We even came up with a new hashtag for this campaign, Make COVID Pay. But first we need, of course, to make the use of the Russian funds. So who would like to start? Ambassador, team, Mykola, Andriy? Of course, please.
There's actually one point I haven't raised in my main intervention, was with respect to the possibilities of better use of assets, which His Excellency has raised in his speech. So at the moment, and Tim, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not an economist, but at the moment we understand that the immobilized Russian assets are generating roughly 1% annual income, because they are parked in overnight accounts of the correspondent banks. If we compare this to the model used, for example, by the Norwegian Wealth Fund, that is at least 8 times less than could be done. So instead of getting about 3 billion per year, for which we are also grateful, that's not just saying that Ukraine is ungrateful, but instead of getting 3 billion per year, all these years we could have been using 20 billion per year. And then the error loans, which were instrumental in making us through 2025, could have been repaid within 2 years and not 10 years. So that was one of the suggestions that the president of Ukraine has voiced to Prime Minister De Wever back in April to Belgium. I can now already disclose this because as of now 6 months have passed and there was no immediate reaction. But the reparation loan is important in this regard specifically because it makes better use. And our suggestion for it would be to divert the bulk, the majority of the assets to the immediate defense spending, which is absolutely critical and important, and reinvest the remainder through a mechanism that would also give the necessary indemnities to Belgium. And that those indemnities could be achieved, and that's what we discussed, if we transfer not only the assets, but also the liabilities. So that Euroclear, neither Euroclear nor the government of Belgium does not bear any risks of litigation or arbitration or whatever else. Not that we believe that there are any, because there is simply no court of law, nor no arbitration to which Russian Central Bank can go to. International Court of Justice does not have jurisdiction. Court of Justice of European Union doesn't have jurisdiction. And even an investor-state tribunal set up under Belgium and Luxembourg Economic Union, USSR Bilateral Investment Treaty, would very, very likely not have jurisdiction as well, because this is not a classic investor which is protected by bilateral investment treaties. And I speak from experience, having defended Ukraine in over a dozen investor-state dispute cases when I was in the Ministry of Justice, responsible for that team. And even if the court, even if the tribunal accepts jurisdiction, Belgium has a bulletproof legal defense based on countermeasures and collective countermeasures, which were the initial immobilization. The right of property consists of 3 elements: the right of use, the right to dispose, and the right to own. Only the right to own property was not violated already. The right of use and the right of dispose by the Russian Central Bank was already violated per classic international law. And the only justification for that is countermeasures. The fact that there was no political will to call it countermeasures doesn't mean that there is another alternative legal justification for it. So it's already done. It's already there. And the only question now is to find the necessary mechanism, which we think that the EU Commission proposal and Chancellor Merz's op-ed in Financial Times was excellent about, it specifically hits the right tone with that. So we think that, and we could share already any additional considerations. Ukraine has been very open about this. We have engaged with many of our partners to cover all of your legal, economic, and political concerns and to make this happen.
Thank you. Your Excellency.
Thank you for keeping me calling Your Excellency. I'm just surrounded by excellent people, so that is the main thing. I will answer on the Plan B on Tim's question, and you repeated that, and that is, I think, what is at stake here. First of all, if there would be an easy solution that gives all guarantees, and again, not only to Belgium, Belgium is holding, well, there is Euroclear in Belgium that is holding the bulk of this money, but this is not only about us. If there would be an easy solution that answers all the anxieties, all the risks, all the that is giving the solid guarantees that this is the good solution, we would already have applied it. And I mean, we, the international community, would already have applied it. Or maybe individual states that are more proponents of the idea. I mentioned, for example, Canada was very vocal at one point. They would have done it, and they didn't do it. So by that, I want to say that the process we are engaged in now is furthering what we already have done. We have frozen and we have immobilized. We are using the windfall profits. And as far as I know, there is not an awful lot of profit here that is kept somewhere. Everything is used in its totality. There is, I think, a small amount that is set aside in order for Euroclear to face possible litigation. But apart from that, as far as I know, all these windfall profits are being used in the framework of the ERA loans. And like Belgium, I think most, if not all, of the countries that hold these assets and that tax the profit on these assets are using these taxes for Ukraine. So there is not somewhere a hidden pot of money that is not being used for what it should not be used. The question is indeed how to use in a smarter way these assets, and again, that is the process we have engaged in now. This reflection is ongoing. There is the proposal of the reparation law. It is a proposal that is on the basis of the various arguments that are being made, that is further articulated, because so far it only consists of a one-pager and a half or something. This is being further elaborated, and again, do know that it is not only Belgium that is making us reflect about what are the risks. Do we have a sound solution that is according to international law, that is compatible with international law, that is allowing us indeed, that is mitigating the financial risks. I mean, we heard one opinion, there are other interpretations and assessments of what indeed systemic financial risks could mean exactly in this context. Do we have a fair and thorough analysis of the legal risks? Do we have a collective effort in which the whole partner community of Ukraine is pooling forces in order to make this work? Is everybody? If we have been traveling the capitals in asking, are you going to share the risk? And then they say there is no risk. So then we say, well, if there is no risk, why would you hesitate in sharing the risk with us? So this is a moment of truth, and this is where really deep-going discussions are now going on, at least at the EU level. Are others following? We would hope so. This is, and that is what Tim also said, that is where you supported me. This has to be a G7 thing, at least. This is not something, if you want a credible action, and if indeed this is without any risk at all, if you want a credible international action, well, that the international community then pulls forces together. And the whole thing is indeed, the longer this war takes, the more money it will require. And that's why I started also my intervention with drawing the attention, as the Deputy Minister has done so, the fact that assets, the Russian assets, are only one part of a broader game. It's about sanctions, workable sanctions, effective sanctions, impactful sanctions. I totally, at the personal level, I totally agree with the fact that we should find a mechanism in order to have these sanctions not being voted every time. Belgium has been the promoter of qualified majority voting. I think you did not refer to Belgium when you said that we would veto decision. I think you think about other countries, your neighboring countries. Do know that we are among the proponents in order to promote qualified majority voting. Belgium is not a country that is wielding vetoes in the European fora, and not on the assets neither, provided that we do this work seriously. And again, we are not alone in this. In other capitals, bigger capitals than Brussels, the same hesitation exists and the same willingness exists in order indeed to overcome this and to find the right arguments to do so. And a very last remark, if I may, because it is always very upsetting when references are made to our defense spending. Tim, if you don't mind, it is more than about percentages. We do realize in Belgium that we have indeed been underspending on defense. And the fact that others are less willing is really a wake-up call now. I mean, others beyond the beautiful big blue ocean are indeed have been waking us up in terms of what we really have to do. And that is a message very well understood in Belgium, and was, by the way, also expressed during the Prime Minister's visit to Ukraine. But what I wanted to say on this, there are percentages of GDP, and there is also the way in which you participate in military operations and in defense operations. And I can proudly say that Belgium is not absent in any theater where NATO or EU, for that matter, are active in defense. We are policing the Baltic air with our F-16s. We are clearing the Baltic Sea from mines with our Navy. We have boots on the grounds with our armored infantry in Lithuania and in Romania. So not to say about all, let's say, these contributions to Ukraine's defense that we prefer not to discuss in the open, but do know that we support you, military as well, regardless of whatever percentage we would spend or not spend on defense. We are with you, we are there, and we were there with you from the first days, as I have been witnessing from Warsaw, providing already badly needed oil to your trip. You can have the most beautiful tanks, then tanks were still important. You can have the most beautiful tanks if you do not have the fuel to make the move. Well, there we already assisted you from the first days of the war. So, thanks a lot.
Tim, the floor is yours. And maybe you can also touch upon the COVID money.
Yeah. No, look, I get Belgium's...
We can't hear you, sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, super.
Okay, sorry. Look, I get Belgium's concerns, and you know, I get the need to diversify risk, and it should be a G7 program, and I'm in financial markets. We can find solutions. I mean, we can identify Belgium's risk absolutely for this. Unfortunately, with the ambassador's response, I didn't hear a plan B. Right. I mean, I still heard lots of arguments, why we should probably stall and delay, but I didn't hear the plan B. And I think the problem in this, and the problem why for 3.5 years, the reparations loan, I suggested it in 2022, right? I mean, the countermeasures. I mean, for 3 years, that has been on the table, right? I mean, I think the problem is European politicians, like kicking the can. They like pretending. For 3.5 years, they've pretended the Russian threat is not really an existential threat from Russia, right? They've relied on the American defense backstop, right? It's only now the harsh reality with J.D. Vance in Munich Security Council, right? The harsh reality is the Americans are not there. We face this existential threat from Russia, and we've screwed around for 30 years on defense spending, and we can't defend ourselves, right? So suddenly there's panic. But what worries me really is that the alternative is again that Western taxpayers will have to write the checks. And unfortunately the Belgian ambassador and European politicians, they're very good at spending their own taxpayer money, but not very good at spending the Russian taxpayer money. It's unbelievable that we're defending the Russian taxpayer and we're quite happy to spend my taxpayer pounds and your Belgian euros or whatever, right? I mean, that's pretty extraordinary. And, unfortunately, I'm not a diplomat and I don't really need to be diplomatic. I think Belgium's position would be a bit different if it was 1,000 kilometers east. I think its position would change then. And unfortunately, in terms of contributions, again, this idea that, okay, well, the alternative is to spend taxes. Belgium, I'm just looking at an Atlantic Council report. I can send the link. Belgium's contribution in terms of financial assistance to Ukraine since the war began is $181 per capita, right? That's half the UK's, or less than half the UK's. It's a 15th of Denmark's. It's one of the lowest contributors per capita. And you mentioned that a little bit of money has been kept in Belgium for the legal. I mean, that's the 2022 to 2023 interest. I think it's 4 to 5 billion euros is still in Belgium for that period to potentially pay for, the potential legal act. I mean, that's a lot of money. Why is Belgium still sitting on that money? I mean, it's ridiculous, right? So, look, again, what's the plan B? If we don't do this, and there's a fact, it would never be my plan A to do this, to go after and immobilize Russian assets, right? Or to you. But what is the alternative? We are now at the situation where we face this existential risk. What is the alternative? I don't hear from the Belgian ambassador what the alternative is, right? On the SDR argument, right? Yeah, again, 3 years ago we suggested this, or I and other people suggested it. Yes, sure, it's one of the many solutions, but our politicians and our bureaucrats in Europe are not very dynamic, right? They're very good at kicking the can. They're not very good at coming up with solutions, and they avoid doing difficult things. But we can't avoid doing this any longer, right? Our Ukraine's defense and European security is absolutely on the line. If we do not do this, Ukraine is not funded. It's not funded for the year. I mean, the IMF has detailed there's a $65 billion financing gap, the budget financing gap for 26 and 27, excluding the military needs. So again, how is the $65 billion financing gap? How is that going to be met? What are you suggesting from a Belgian perspective? What is the Belgian solution to that? I don't hear a plan B.
Team, thank you so much. Especially thanks for bringing this sense of urgency, because you are presently at the IMF gathering when all of those figures are being discussed and debated. I know that the discussions about the frozen Russian assets, they are always very difficult, but we have to credit where credit is due. This money is, to a certain extent, partly already working for Ukraine since 2024. And I'm absolutely sure that it can be utilized much better, much actively, if we manage to find the solution. So I truly hope and pray that the discussions and the debates that are presently happening in the EU within G7, that they will yield tangible results, because this is not only about Ukraine's defense anymore. This is about Europe's security, Europe's defense, and in a well-armed, united Europe, I personally trust very much. Let's make this happen. Thank you so much to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Yurlov, Mr. Mikheyev. Thank you so much, Mr. Ash, for joining us from DC. Keep advocating there to have our American partners also on board for the idea of the use of frozen Russian assets. And sorry, we are also running a little bit late, so we will have a short coffee break, and then we invite you to come back here to the audience for the discussion about where to make money, how to find extra money for the Ukrainian victory domestically, because this is not only questions about making Russia pay or making Western taxpayers pay. We are still having the resources that are underutilized domestically, and I'm sure that the next debate and discussion will be no less hot and intense. Thank you so much for everyone. Thank you.
A heated discussion at the first panel. Now we move on to the second panel discussion. And now I pass the floor to our partners, to moderator, to present the guests. We have 45 minutes. So please, let's be brief and talk about the decisions of where to find money inside Ukraine. Hello, my name is Alexandra Bikli. I work at the Institution of Political Consulting, and we will be very glad to talk to the speakers. And now we have Daria Kalanyuk, Executive Director of Anti-Corruption Center, and Dmitro Kupyra is the Executive Director of civil organization Zhytya. Unfortunately, Andrew had to go, and we will not have a full board of speakers, but we will save some time. And online, there is going to be Bina Menard, the head of the Department of Economic and Sectoral Policy, Ukrainian DG NEST. The legislation of Ukraine demands the actions of not only our international partners, but we are quite active within the country as well, in order to demand certain actions from our government. Without the international support, Ukraine cannot finance the military budget or the civil budget. However, we are always told that we have to build up the capacity within the country, and now we are talking about the shadowing of economy, and I would like to ask you to talk about the so-called ceiling of economics. Are there any possibilities for us to develop? Is it possible to break that ceiling through? And today we were talking about that according to the estimate of the World Bank, we need $5 billion or euros, and that's a minimum. And here the key issue is that this has to be the private investment. And if we're talking about Ukrainian business, do we have such an amount of money? But let's talk about the potential first. Thank you so much. I am optimistic even when I don't have to be. Today I will not be an optimist, not because everything is bad, but it's just realistic. The head of our advisory board, Tomasz Fala, was teaching me that we have to make the pie larger, the one that we divide, right? So talking about the internal resources, the pie that we have for the resources for the defense of Ukraine, I don't really have a good news here. Why so? I tried to connect every topic with certain myths. A lot of business association people and colleagues, experts say that if we could have done something like to lower the taxes and disassemble all the controlling bodies, fight with corruption, and then economics will flourish. And of course, we're going to survive through the war. Now, honestly, there is nothing in the economics to develop from. Two main sources that we have are the physical capital and human capital. Physical capital, within the first 9 months of the year, especially in the summertime, was being attacked by drones and missiles of Russia. Starting from the defense enterprises and finishing with other ones who are very far from that, like Mukachev Enterprise and Industrial in Mukachevo and Lviv attack. That was just a message of, we can reach you anywhere and destroy your enterprises. And then now the attacks continue, the attacks on the energy infrastructure continue. And now there is a next wave of alleged negotiations. And we might have a little bit of time to repair the energy systems. And here we have some limitations. Volodymyr Lysyuk, known to me, was discussed an industrial policy with me. And if that industrial policy is correct, then I do not really imagine how to connect that with the model of the industrial parks. Maybe Volodymyr will comment on that during the Q&A session. And talking about the industrial parks, any industrial setting is a risk by itself. As for the pre-border territories, we know that people are moving away from those territories. And this year, there is going to be even more people who will move. I'm talking about the potential. That's a physical protection of the objects and people. So it is the same for physical and human capital. So they are investment into the air defense, starting from beautiful Patriots to some symmetric responses which will lead to the ceasefire, at least for some time. In this case, it is fine to have whatever drones interceptors. I'm not an expert here. I do not really see a real opportunity to increase GDP 2% this year without the ceasefire. I don't really know how it is even possible this year. And the second part, how to share this pie, what to do in order to maximize the resources. It seems to me that yesterday I was at the closed meeting with politologists, and now thinking about the bullet points, I realized that there is a big problem, meaning our fighters are more important than financial specialists. So we have some kind of an internal hierarchy. It seems to me that the Minister of Finance is weaker than the Security Office of Ukraine. However, they just execute their function in the system of power. It means that when there is a question like close some scheme which decreases the budget and the profit, in this case, the position to not close it works out. So here is a big limitation. And if we do not change the authorities, I don't really know how realistic is the increase this year. We can't believe that the system will just change by itself. Sasha, last 30 seconds. When we are talking about decreasing the schemes, Ilya will talk about them. We have recently heard from one person we know that the approach is really important. When we were talking about here the hundreds and thousands of external financing and what we can get from those schemes, I have to actually change their way of thinking of people who make decisions. They actually understand that we are thinking about billions of hryvnias at the same time. We can change our internal way of thinking and get billions of dollars as well. And we can not only increase the profit, we can also decrease the unnecessary expenses. We understand that it's been the fourth year into the war. And Sasha, you will tell us more. You're more of an expert than a moderator. So we understand that if you have the expenses, smart Ukrainian heads will find out how to use these expenses the way not needed. And that's exactly where the hundreds of billions we are talking about. Thank you. It's actually our characteristic feature. When we start talking, it's hard to stop talking. But in fact, we have already decreased the forecast for the GDP. Actually, it was quite difficult to forecast the attacks to the energy infrastructure and to its huge amount. Of course, we need money. Up to right now, international donors were covering our defense budget. But now, when we're talking about de-shadowing, the important element of that is the equal rights of the game. So the legal businesses faced the increased taxes, and those who were in the shadow did not face that. So now I will pass the floor to Ilya. And please tell us, do we really have the capacity to do so, or how to make all our actions a reality? As for the equal rights of the game, I really agree with that. There is at the same time the request of the society for justice. Yes, indeed, the taxes for the small businesses were increased. However, the head of the taxation office says that he cannot increase the taxes for luxury. When we still continue facing the schemes of avoiding the taxes, that's really quite important for the Ukrainian economics and for Ukrainian budget. When the government does not make any effort to destroy these schemes, then this unfairness provokes the unpleasantness. We are not really fighting against the external enemy. Here we face with Russian propaganda people who work within the country via social networks. They say that this war is the war for the poor. The rich ones make billions out of that, and you, the poor, will pay. So when the people say that we will not be able to change the minimum salary, and then when 1/5 of that minimum salary is paid in taxes, that provokes the disrespect and unfairness. And we should change that. We should actually fill in the budget, and we should show that to our international partners. International Monetary Fund and all our partners tell us about that. They say that you need to move forward this way. But if you do not do that, it's going to be quite difficult to explain to our taxpayers why we continue supporting Ukraine. So, of course, the issue of the security is quite an important argument. However, Ukrainians should take care not only of the defense, but of the financial aspect. We cannot change the taxation significantly since our business will lose its competitiveness against other business. Today, we have more import than export. Of course, the significant part of that is weapons. At the same time, here we face the absence of electricity, disruptions of logistics, and lack of workforce. Moreover, here the business owners have to pay higher taxes. This way, Ukraine is turned into the raw resources country. The shadowing schemes are known, and the government should prioritize a fight against them. One of the largest losses of money is the situation at the customs. Here we're talking about the losses when the goods are brought in with lower taxes or without any taxes. Second one is the issue of the excise goods. Dmitro will talk about it in details, I'm sure. The excise goods in terms of the fighting the schemes and the potential of the filling in the budget. Third one are the defense complex.
What can grow here as only the buyer of your products is the state, is the government, which refused to procure ammunition of 55 caliber as his perspective was that it's odd already. As in our military capacity, we require a lot. The war requires lots of assets, and we could refuse many things, but we need to fight further. And regarding this matter, no single decision is adopted regarding the export of weapons. As for instance, they could produce different type of products to the amount of 20 billions of dollars and export it. Yes, we have risks, but we have potential now already, and why not to use it? Why not allow this export? We can adapt additional taxation regarding this matter, and it would mean that every 9th or 10th sold drone, respectively, it is to be for the army needs. So you sell 9 and the 10th one goes to the army. And it is all about taxes. It's all about this financial support and increase in the budget. So it is our survey down and our assumptions made and our ideas submitted, and we hope that the government is to hear our ideas, these ideas, and get this understanding that the biggest problem is for the small business, which these problems we have with it as people don't understand the taxation procedures, then don't understand the issues with the experts, and you see people leave the country, and we have these economic reasons for people leaving, and if we are to do something with it, the people are to stay in the country. So we've heard about the customs reforms, other reforms, but before that, Kyiv said his words about what is to be contributional to the capacity of the Ukraine, about reforms of law enforcement agencies. But my question is about the customs reforms, without the police and law enforcement. So my idea that these custom reforms, without reforming law enforcement agencies, is to be not that efficacious. So my question is, how is the situation with it? So without this influence from the international partners, it is to be impossible to do any reform with the customs and other agencies. So if we could get the some political requests regarding changing the composition of law enforcement agencies, for instance, in the General Prosecutor Office and other agencies, if we had some requests from higher levels, it could be implemented. And it would be 4 amendments, please, to be made. For instance, criminalistic expertise, forensic expert assessment. We get very often many questions why it takes so long for these criminal expertises, as we do not have proper request that too. So we have at least 10, 15 critical reforms, and these reforms which are needed to be implemented, they are to be efficacious. And if these reforms are possible, if our international partners are to support the Ukrainian side in many aspects, financial and others, and to be strict in forces with it. So the government should be strictly binded by these reforms. Before July, what we saw, this careful attitude from our partners with these additional requirements to the Ukrainian state, as they had some doubts regarding this possibility, these opportunities for the Ukrainian state to implement these requirements, to follow these requirements. And so the partners followed all this, but still provided money to the Ukrainian state, and it's for the worse. It weakens our government. It relaxes our government. We do not have elections now. We have some disorder in the parliament. We have, you see, what at the level of power, we have this local powers acting, and you know, we need to do some common huge work. When people vote, when people elect, when people agree on reforms, on reforming and re-electing the composition, for instance, in the agencies. So you said that there is not enough unity in the actions. We have a big potential, but this big potential can do for the worse. So we have risks. People want reforms, and when we talk about 140 billion of this reparation loan, I hope that everything is to be for good and it is to be implemented, but it's huge money. And if this money comes to Ukraine without any conditions, so this money can be as a spell to the country. The money should be controlled by different agencies, Bureau of Investigations and others. We need to do reforms at different levels, at the Bureau of Investigations, Customs, other agencies. It's nice, but you know, we can do the reform now, then we get money, and our guys, they are to get relaxed and no reforms further, no rules and requirements. So we need to gather our people to take them, to take our government, to take our nation and force them do what is requisite to do. And what else to add, I would love to say about money. So you see, you can always lose money. There are two ways how to do that. Through customs, through incorrect procedure of the work of different agencies, through customs, through different authorities. Here, this way, this problem can be eliminated by the reform. Another aspect where we lose money, how we spend our available funds. And it doesn't matter which funds these are, of our partners or ours. So those money which we spend without any control is for nothing. 400 billions of procurements is of those money without any control. We were fighting for reform at this agency, but what we have now, that from the agency of procurements, they present nice presentations, nice slides, just to calm down our partners and show them that everything is okay. But it confirms the fact that we don't have instruments of control. Nothing is controlled. When I say to them, okay, you signed the agreement for 400 billion, but you got them. How much then weapons you procured already for this money? It is the secret. Okay. So I asked them, how many contracts you signed with the contractors? So those contractors which were before as like the main source of corruption. It is the secret. You see, this is the moment the partners which provide money to our defense have also speak about these reforms in the area of defense. So this expert is our potential, and if the control expert is to go as it was before, monopolistic, it is another corruption gap, corruption hole, and it's another way when more and more oligarchs are to come. Thank you so much for your comments, and I'm giving the floor to our next speaker in regard to the funds which Ukraine got under the Ukraine facility fund and others. So now we are talking about the reparation loan, and what Daria said, that we have different perspectives. You see, Daria is saying about what is conditional, and now we are talking for unconditionality, and now we are focusing on this European integrational steps which we are making, and for improving, for strengthening the Ukrainian state and the capacity. So which reforms are also needed so to increase the Ukrainian potential is my question.
Many thanks. Many thanks to all. Many thanks for your question. And I mean, for organizing this conference. I think it's a very important topic, actually. I think I really appreciate what you just said. I mean, that the money should not be spent for nothing, obviously. And I think there were a number of very relevant comments made. Also, the comment whereby without law enforcement, I mean, other reforms might not achieve their purpose, their objectives. And I think this is extremely important. And the need, let's say, to have a kind of comprehensive plan for that. And it is true that, I mean, focus should not be only about, let's say, international support, but how to optimize resources in Ukraine. And that's a key challenge. And the first priority for that is to boost the economy. I mean, speakers also flagged rightly that if you look at the main drivers of growth, labor, capital, technology, I mean, Ukraine is in a very difficult place today. And it's important, let's say, to mobilize domestic growth drivers, I mean, to the best extent possible. And this is where reforms actually, I mean, are critical. You said Ukraine receives many money under the Ukraine plan, and it is true. I think it is the first instrument in terms of budgetary support to Ukraine. And I think the role is not only to keep Ukraine afloat during the war, but it's also, more importantly, an instrument which is made to support reforms in Ukraine. And this is where, I mean, there is embedded conditionality under this instrument. I fully agree with the previous comment that it is key, otherwise the risk is that the money does not go to the right place. And then your question is, I mean, which reforms, I mean, should be prioritized? And in line with what was just said on law enforcement, I mean, rule of law is, let's say, the fundamental starting point for any reform. And this is why there is so much focus on those reforms under the Ukraine plan, not only rule of law and anti-corruption, but I mean, it is a starting point. Whenever you want, let's say, private investors to invest, outsiders to start activities in the country, I mean, they have to be, let's say, confident, and they have to trust the judicial system that when they will have litigations, disputes, I mean, they will be treated fairly. I mean, otherwise, obviously, you don't want to risk your money, and especially if you are an outsider. And this is where those fundamental reforms, let's say, are critical. And then if you want also to attract investors, outsiders, foreign investors as well, you also need to have an internal market which is competitive, and then beyond, let's say, rule of law reforms, anti-corruption, then you need market reforms, you need in the various sectors to have competition. So you need to have also sound and fair regulators, and this is very linked, let's say, to the reforms on the judicial system, on the rule of law. You want regulators, supervisors to take decisions on market operators, and you want those decisions to be transparent and to be made, let's say, on the basis of the right criteria. And market operators have to be able to trust those supervisors and regulators. So in terms of governance of those authorities, it is also extremely important. And I think we could go further in details, because I mean, it is also important that you deal about corporate governance in state-owned enterprises. It's important to have adequate infrastructures, to have also appropriate, let's say, investment also by the state. So you need also those reforms in terms of public administration, in terms of public investment management. But basically, rule of law is the basis. This is why we have so many steps under the Ukraine plan, on the judicial system, on the fight against corruption, on market reforms. And then you have the big sectors which are very important for Ukraine, on transport, on energy, where there is still a lot to be done. To make sure that, I mean, the market is prone, let's say, for investors, for businessmen, let's say, to develop their activities. That being said, another important point that was flagged is, let's say, it's also to some extent a condition for the sustainability of international support. One of you mentioned also the need to make sure that EU taxpayers, for example, continue to support it. And then it goes back also to the discussion in the previous panel, and I cannot resist the temptation just to make one comment regarding the previous discussion, which is quite critical, because it's easy to single out one member state, and I think I would fully agree with the Belgian ambassador in saying that Belgium has been very, let's say, proactive and constructive in all those discussions. And just also to remind that the EU, because there was a lot of criticism about bureaucrats and the let's say, the time it takes for EU leaders to react and to take decisions. I mean, the EU so far has been by far, I mean, the biggest contributor also on the military side, also on the budgetary side. When I say the EU and member states, and I think member states have been much committed, I mean, to support Ukraine since 2022. And just to say, even those member states like Belgium, which are not on the front line, I mean, they have done a lot also on the financial side of things, and in terms of budgetary support at EU level, compared to the annual budget of the EU, which is very limited, it's massive. So I just wanted to say that, but indeed, I mean, the risk is if those reforms on rule of law, on law enforcement, on corruption do not yield results, that over time, the support, the democratic support by EU citizens might decrease over time. This is a big risk, and this is why, I mean, we put so much emphasis on that. This is why under the Ukraine plan, there is this mechanism whereby when those reforms are not implemented, the payment is delayed until the reform is adopted. And I fully agree with the comments that adoption of a law is not the end of the story. Then you have to care about implementation. But it's, let's say, it is true that it's a revolution. It takes time. And the Ukraine plan, I think, is very useful in that regard because it provides strong incentives over time to sustain that effort. And we hope that, I mean, we have seen a lot of efforts. Obviously, I mean, we're not at the end of the road. There's still a lot to be done. But we have some tools, let's say, to support Ukraine in, I mean, undertaking those reforms. It is important, and I think on that, you can trust or support also to keep a very close eye on those important areas. Many thanks.
Thank you so much. And actually, yeah, I mean, like everybody knows that we have a long agenda, like policy agenda. The question is about the capacity to introduce all this, because again, as you mentioned rightly, I mean, like public administration reform is one of the priorities because all the reforms are to be implemented by public administration. Civil society can push, but we are not implementing the decisions and we are not approving them, basically. But again, this should be a mix, as Daria said, for next year as well for the support, because Ukraine facility with indicators, it will be like a tiny bit of support of European Union as compared to what we expect from reparation loan. And this should be kind of clear to our government that actually we have to continue reforms, even if you don't put this strictly as conditionality, but reforms should be continued in order to receive reparation loan. And this is kind of a just acute issue that our Office of the President and the government clearly understand and receive this feedback from your side, from European Union side, that assistance is provided even if you don't put conditionalities, but only if we continue reforms which are already embedded in other programs. Але взагалі всі реформи в нас для людей. Ну, тобто, людиноцентричними мають бути.
All the reforms should be people-centered. And it is important for people to stay in Ukraine, not to leave Ukraine, but it's important for the people to be healthy. And that's exactly what I started talking about. On one hand, the policies should generate the income. Dmitro, the floor is yours. About people, but briefly. We are the civilians who give money to the government. We say to the government, please take hundreds of millions of hryvnias. If we are talking about our guidelines, we might get additional 66 million hryvnias for 25-26. If we're talking about the level of 120 euros till 2028, taking into account that Europe that we will join plans 215 euros. That's the excise for 1,000 cigarettes. And then we will talk about how much we will get to the budget, and we will save lives. Every year, the tobacco kills lives, a lot of lives every year. And now the Minister of Finance suggested the excise for the sweet drinks as well. It was suggested to do the preference for tobacco goods 25%, and 80% of the market is controlled by the largest taxpayer in Russia. Why it was suggested, I don't really know, but thanks to this preference this year, about 2.5 billion hryvnias left the budget of Ukraine. Next year, 20 billion hryvnias will get out. So here is the several billion hryvnias. And to wrap up, here is another one. Just to compare. Last year, 96.6%. It was the excise for tobacco goods. And what would be your idea about the excise for alcohol? Tobacco is 96.6%. What is alcohol? Just give me one number, 11. Just for your understanding. All the alcoholic goods give to the budget 11 billion. And that's the additional interventions. That's actually the policy to fill in the budget and to save lives, and it's going to be the internal resources. This example shows that the policies in Ukraine are interconnected. If we increase the excise, then we will help people. So that's about people. People need to get the healthy lifestyle, and we need to make money for the budget, and the business has to pay money as well, and that's our defense money. And also this money has to be effectively spent. Unfortunately, we do not have time for Q&A session. Question cannot be heard without a microphone. The question is whether the government and the authorities listen to those suggestions. Well, no, they do not listen to those suggestions, but we just try to push them to listen to us. They get offended and they persecute us. I just wanted to say a few words. First, cashback is 4 billion, and that's 20,000 bakeries. Next one is landscaping, Odessa 10 billion, Kyiv 7 billion. So here is the question. And it is possible to seize this money for the front line. As for the industrial parks, no one is going to protect them. They are afraid of the law enforcers. We need to change the industrial parks in order to construct the areas within the industrial parks which will be used by the servicemen. That's exactly about the effectiveness of the expenses. Anatoly? echoing what the panelists have just said about the economic forecasting. In fact, we do understand that we need the industry, otherwise we will not survive as a country. And if talking about the industry, that's a separate topic. We can see what the enemies do, and this way we can also plan our actions. However, we do not respond, we do not react to what they're doing. Yesterday they launched 50 drones, and today even more. The last one, regarding the industrial policy. We need to know what to do with our industry within the war and what to do after the war. We can support the military back front. That's also planning, but we do not do it. Thank you so very much. It is, in fact, a very important thing to get prepared for the victory and for the time after victory. Thank you very much to everyone. I apologize for making this panel shorter, but the next one is going to be also quite interesting. Hello. We continue right away. There is not going to be any coffee break. There is going to be coffee, but later on. So now I invite the next panelists to take the seats at the stage, and we're going to start right now. This panel is going to be mostly directed to define the aspects of how to defeat Russia, how to force it to stop the war. Talking about the economics, how to force Russia to stop the war. Here we mean the potential for waging the war. So how to decrease Russia's potential to stop the war? This is a very concrete question. This is an operational question, since it is about the operational money that Russia has right now and in the nearest future to continue this war. In my turn, I want to say that when we're talking about the European Union, NATO, and Ukraine, we have to say that we have to work together. Not only in terms of the sanctions. Sanctions are the tools, and they are directed to Russia not to make money, which it spends for getting the tools for waging the war. I have to remind you that the recruiting for Russia is done for a lot of money. There are researchers which say that Russia spends 4 trillion of rubles just for recruiting, and they are planning on doing it for 7 to 8 billion. So now they have just received half of their budget from recruiting. So, that's just what they will use against Europe, against NATO, against other democratic world countries. They use it, they do so with the help of a proxy country, China. We know their interest as well. However, talking about the economic aspect, I would connect that to the war, and I would discuss it through the prism of getting the operational money for the war. I would like to present our panel and panelists. It's a powerful combination of speakers. That's Will Browder, the co-founder and main executive director of Hermitage Capital, management. He's a very strong opponent of Russia. He has to be online with us. Yegor Chernev, People's Deputy, Deputy Head of the Committee of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine in terms of the national security, defense, and intelligence. Then Artem Vasyuk, Vladislav Smirnov, expert and a member of the Appeal Council on licensing issues, and Artem Dayak, expert of the Analytical Center ANTS. Hello to everyone. Is Mr. Browder ready?
Hello. Great. Hello. Bill, please, could you give us your fresh observation on the situation, on the capabilities of Russians to continue this war from the economical and financial point of view, and actually your fresh ideas on how to make Russia pay and how to cut these capabilities to continue war? Because on the background of this actually crazy situation when Putin could visit very soon European Union, I mean the Budapest. Budapest actually, I remind you that this is European Union country, and it will be a absolutely paradoxical situation when we're fighting with Russians, we're trying to fight with economical capabilities to continue the war, but Putin will visit one of the European capitals, and I think we should just take a consideration on it a little bit more, but please, Bill, give us your ideas. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me, and good to see all of you there. You're right. There's all sorts of paradoxes, hypocrisy, stupidity in how the West is going about trying to sanction Russia and to cut off Putin's ability to fight his war. And in very simple terms, and I sit here, I come to this whole story as originally as a financial specialist. I was an investor for many years, and so I look at everything from a dollars and cents standpoint, and it seems to be pretty obvious that war is a function of resources. And at the beginning of the war, of course, Russia had an enormous amount of resources and Ukraine didn't. And so here we are now 3.5 years into the war. And one of the things that Putin didn't count on is that the sympathy and the support of the West. And so for the first couple years of the war, Ukraine was able to get military aid from the United States, from the European Union, from UK, various other countries. And the military aid and the financial aid that was provided, I don't think it brought Ukraine up to the level of Russia in terms of resources, but it brought Ukraine up to the level that Ukraine could effectively defend itself and not allow Russia to push forward. And so that was the original plan, was that, and of course, all sorts of Western leaders, Joe Biden and others, very loudly and proudly said, we're going to support Ukraine as long as it takes. Now, the problem with that was that here in the West, we live in democracies. Of course, Putin doesn't live in a democracy. He lives in a dictatorship where he never has to worry about voters. And we ended up having a new U.S. president, and the new U.S. president had a different view on Ukraine. And one of the things that President Trump campaigned on was not providing any more money for Ukraine. And so since he's been president, he has not proposed any new military aid packages. Congress hasn't, of course, voted on any new military aid packages because it hasn't been proposed by the president. And so any money that's continues to come from the U.S. is effectively money that was approved and paid for by Biden, and that money is going to run out. So the first challenge and the most important challenge is that Ukraine needs further money to buy weapons to carry on fighting Russia, and the U.S. is no longer providing that. And so what do we do? Well, again, I'm not speaking about anything that that everybody in this room hasn't thought about and talked about, but thankfully, when the war began, all the major allies of Ukraine froze $300 billion of Russian central bank reserves. And those reserves have sat there frozen. And it's always been my idea since the very beginning, since like a week after the war started, that money should be confiscated, not just frozen, but confiscated and given to Ukraine. And most people, when I first started talking about this, said that's crazy, that's illegal, you can't do that, that money is protected by sovereign immunity. But as the war has carried on, the damage to Ukraine has been steadily increasing to well beyond 300 billion. And most importantly, Europe, who hasn't changed their position on Ukraine, unlike the United States, and very much for their own security needs Ukraine to prevail. Europe doesn't have the money to fill in the US gap. And so Europe is now finally, and I think this is happening as we speak, is finally found a way of confiscating that money. They're not calling it confiscation, they're calling it a loan secured against that money until the end of the war. However they want to characterize it, that's fine. But I would predict that in the next few months, I don't know exactly the timing, but that the $300 billion, or at least 200 of the 300 from Europe, plus the UK, plus a few other places, we'll see that money become available for the defense of Ukraine. So that's one side of the resource story. And then the second side of the resource story, and this is the one that's, I think, in a certain way, more, or equally urgent, I should say, is that in order for Putin to carry on fighting this war, just in the same way as none of us wanted this war to go on any longer than it had to, Putin doesn't want it to go on any longer than that either, because it's costing him a lot of money. And he's burning through his sovereign wealth fund. He's burning through all sorts of government budgets. And the only way that he can fund this war, and it's very simple, is with the sale of oil. The sanctions that have been imposed by the West have been punishing in different areas, but the one huge loophole has been Russia's ability to sell crude oil. And what's interesting about the sale of crude oil is that there are actually, in simple terms, only 8 buyers of the crude oil. I mean, I'm oversimplifying it, but there are 2 refineries in China, 4 refineries in India, and 2 refineries in Turkey that buy all the Russian oil. And since the war started, those refineries, those 8 refineries, have sent $400 billion of cash to Vladimir Putin. And so as I'm looking at this, it seems like the simplest way of ending this war is to create a mechanism so that it becomes so painful for those 8 refineries to buy Russian oil that they choose not to. And what do I mean by a mechanism? Well, what I'm thinking about is the United States, the EU, the UK, Canada, Japan, Australia, jointly go to those refineries and say you have until December 1st to diversify and get rid of your supply of Russian oil. And after December 1st, if you do business and you refine one single drop of Russian oil, then you'll no longer be able to do business with any of us in any form at any point going forward. Now, if I was the owner of an Indian oil refinery and I was faced with this choice, do I buy cheap Russian oil, which is nice and it's profitable, but doing so completely isolates me from all international business, including many customers, buying equipment, insurance, transport, etc. Or do I not, and I have still the rest of the world to do business with? It's an easy choice. I'm not going to buy any more Russian oil. And so what I've been proposing in the last few weeks to policymakers in the European Union and Canada and America is very simple. Instead of this list of 1,000 sanctions targets where you're sanctioning this official or that official or whatever, go to those oil refineries with a very specific proposal, which is you buy any more Russian oil and you don't do business with us anymore. And if that were to happen properly, the way I've just explained it, in 6 months' time, Vladimir Putin would run out of money and he wouldn't be able to fight this war. And then he would be begging to come to the negotiating table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for very concrete and practical, actually the projects, how to deal with this problem with oil. And I think that we will push this idea on different levels, and all of our possibility to push these ideas and projects. Я хотів би спитати у пана Єгора, чи можемо ми...
I would like to ask Mr. Yehor, can we talk about these 8 refineries in the mentioned countries like China, Turkey, and so on? Can we really push that on the level of NATO and the European Union? What do you think? Or can we reach some kind of the result, or and can this really help Russia to stop the war?
Thank you for your question. Thank you for invitation to take part in this panel. You know, I would take a step back and see it wider, what can make Putin stop this war. And we understand that this decision is to be his decision, and we're recalling on the beginning of the large-scale invasion. And we remember no one besides Narishkin who tries to say something. No one was objecting to him. So this decision is to be made by him. And for it, we need some factors to get. The first is absence of any perspectives in the battlefield. So our task is to keep the front line as longer as possible where we at that moment where we are now. And if you watch that video when Gerasimov was showing the map of battle combat actions where they were going to Pokrovsk, and they were planning to take Slavensk and Kramatorsk, and with that Putin went to Trump to Alaska, and where he was persuading him that it's the best solution to take this area to Russia, and not to continue the war, so to avoid any further deaths of people. So some time passed from that, and Russians have no success in that, and it proves to Trump even that there is no possibility for Russia to show which essential results it can bring. So it's the first factor, impossibility to reach these results through the military actions, through the warfare. So the second is this Putin's decision to finish this war, and it's regarding what we are talking now and what we've discussed before. So it's that component and condition of the economy of Russian Federation, which goes through the which depends on sanctions and which goes through the engagement of those who is engaged to the Russian economy, and how we can influence it. So so we can counteract their attacks, Russians' attacks. So we can copy their behavior, their military conduct in that regard, how they attack our refineries, and we can do the same. So what can influence the inflation, it closes the export, one of the most profitable sources in the Russian Federation. So from our side, we do our best for the Russian Federation to suffer, so to say. So, and we've discussed that the partners spent lots of money sort of to procure the Russian oil. And if here I need to comment, when the oil is to end up, you need to procure it. And it means that it lowers the market prices of the oil. It's another factor which affects the Russian Federation economy. Now we got the information, it's from yesterday, but before yesterday, that India who is one of the biggest partners regarding oil, they decreases by 50% their procurements, and it's after this negotiation with the US. And so there was assistance provided, the aid was provided in targeting the Russian refineries from the US. So those who think that Alaska was very successful for Putin, it's not like it's not so. It's not like this. Putin he was saying about meeting his ideas, but Trump was speaking about what could end the war. And what we see that now we have some decisions regarding the provision of tomografts to Ukraine, for instance. So here it's all about this reduction of the economic opportunities to lead this war further, and this causes problems for Putin, and Putin understands that, and it affects this full understanding of whole situation of Putin himself, and drones entering the Russian area in the distance of thousands of kilometers, and causing their consequences there. So it's another factor which influences Putin's decisions to end this war. So stability of front and problems with economics and destabilization inside the aggressor's country. So these three factors can cause the termination of the war. And I think that we are moving in the right direction regarding these three factors. Thank you for your comment. Yes, it's true. We're working in different aspects, and the capacity to end the war really bases on the military capacity, and on economy, on the sustainability of the population and economical sustainability, and the population's sustainability is based on an economy of the country. And the Russians society is very traditional from the perspective of this unwillingness of finding one's own way. So they have this friendship era and friendship traditions. But from the perspective of economy, I would love to give the floor to Mr. Vladimir for him to speak more in detail regarding what matches our expectations and what is realistic before this further events, and can we deem that in 2026 Putin is to get less capacity in leading this war further? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mikhailo. It's true and appropriate that you mentioned the Russian economy and sustainability and our economy. So if to saying about their model, how they lead their work, it's based on a hiring model. This level of complexity is very low there in their country. So I think that it's not. They depend on experts, specifically an expert of oil and oil products. What we see now is decreasing, and in expert in oil and oil products, it's like the half of their resources. So their resources depend basically on the middle, on this average article. So we analyzed the economy, we've been analyzing it for quite a while, and now it's already the fourth year of the full large-scale war. And what we see, the economy of budget of Russia after the 4 years of opposition is causing negative effects. Ukrainian opposition depletes the Russian economy. Sanctions deplete the Russian economy. And here we need to understand that we, with our partners, we are doing the appropriate work. So here, the reality, two factors we have, which proves this reality: significant losses, expenditures, and profits. So look at these three lines. So this is profits and charges. So it's the Russians export of oil and oil products. In 2022, they were at maximum. They produced lots of. In 2019, they have a nice position, nice situation with this, with their production and export. But with the beginning of the war, their levels got decreasing. Why? Sanctions, as the client is China. China takes Brent from Russia. If before we had between euros and Brent 4 or 5% of difference, and now they sell only to China, and China that was 12%. So it's that rent which Putin pays to China, and it's a big factor influencing the Russian economy, which they had not before. Next is a fund of regional oval condition, where it's the green line. So it was 106 billions in 2019, and now 42. It's the decrease. Practically, this fund is not at the zero level. They do not want to put it to the zero level, but this is the size of their budget in dollars and yens. They do not have converted currency. And specifically the biggest factors influencing the conditions, the situation of this fund is from this year. So 5.9 trillions it was in 2024, and this year you see how big the size of their allocations is, and it is affecting their economy. And any economy has its rule, but it's all about balance of allocations, of charges and profits, and this balance is distorted, is disrupted. And look, please here at another chart with the blue, it's monthly profits from oil production and oil products, and red line is the allocations for defense. And you see the blue line was bigger than the allocations for defense, and you see what is now when this line, red line, is higher than the blue line. is the allocations for defense, the charges for defense are bigger than the proceeds. And look what is going on now in the economy condition after 4 years of the war. The liquid resources of the fund of national, regional, or national oil situation. So now it's so before the war, 586 billion is for available resources. Now gold resources, gold reserves of so you see this balance hugely decreased. They do not have any use from exports. 89 is now and 586 was before. Liquid resources 148 before and now 42. Annual export of goods. It was before 592 and now 390. And another indicator is funds balance saldo and the treasury account. So before the amount was 72. Now balance is 2.6 trillion of rubles. So they cover their deficit also by through decreasing these funds, these resources. They can, like draw some images, nice, so to say, present nice pictures of their situation, but we know facts, we know statistics. Then we performed next economic test. So here I am not to talk like in hugely economical way, but here inflation this year 9, next year they forecasting 4, but in Russian economy they have such indicators which they can falsificate and which they cannot. And those factors which we discussed before, they cannot falsificate. But what is going on in their central bank, they cannot falsificate it. But they can use other tools, how they can hide what is going on in their state, in their economy. They can print money, so to say, and they print money, so print out them, so to say. And before war, the percentage of how much money they released, it was bigger. It was lower, and now it's bigger. And you see, with the black, it's the rate. With the red color, it's for inflation, official inflation. And you see, the inflation is at the level of 9. It's not, but what can we conclude here? That these statistics is not true. We assess the real level of inflation. With the blue color, it's official. With the red color, it's real. You see how big the red real one is. Real is 33.4%, but official is 11.9. If to estimate their GDP real increase, but through using this deflator, we see totally another picture. So, according to our hypothesis, they had decrease of their GDP. In 2024, in this year, their GDP drops, reduces, and we made this graph. Above, we showed inflation, and what we see the stagflation in the Russian economy. They have high inflation.
High inflation and drop of the economics. Thus, the Russian economics is in stagflation, unique situation for any economics, and this all influences the budget. I'm wrapping up. This stagflation is the industrial production in Russia. There was a very big drop in 2024. Let's say the civil economics and light industry, that's the official data. It goes down. And You can see the red lines. This is where the industry went down. Down the line, you can see on the bottom the defense industry and military industry. So here is what's going on in the civil sector. And there are two groups of civilians, beneficiaries and non-beneficiaries. So here you can see that during the stagflation, the enterprises cannot produce. So the budget is the maximum. That is why the budget has to cover the expenses of the war. And we understand that they have the choice of what to do. Here you can see the deficit of the budget in historic retrospect. What the results of the 8 months, here you can see the minus 34 trillion, and that's a record data compared to the previous years. So they are planning on decreasing the expenses for the war. We do not believe in that. However, they are planning on making the expenses of the enterprises higher. So we believe that the resource of Russia in order to support the war in this modern way is not enough. They just cannot support this type of resources. Second one is this process is speeded up within the last few months. And you have to understand that there are two groups of people. 20% are beneficiaries of the war and 80% do not participate in the war. Beneficiaries actually need to sell their lives and join the army. So that's what it is now. And now the question is, continue the war or not? What model should that be of that war and how to do that? And is it real or not? And actually, they are paid to join the army, they are paid to kill. So the regional authorities and oligarchs address Putin and ask what to do, what's going to happen next. So that's the soft pressure. It is soft at the moment, and this pressure will be increased to Putin. This is what the Russian economy has to do as a choice. We understand what's going on at the enemy country, and we have to take actions. They will not run out of money and then they will not stop the war because of that. We just have to move on. We have to hold the front. Thank you. Thank you so much for this panoramic overview of the situation. I understand that, let's say, metallurgical complex is down over there, but it is anyway the economics of the war. And maybe China just joined. And it is actually a different story. We will see what decisions will Putin make, since he has a choice to either move on to Stalin's regime, to just do the cleansing, and, you know, you said the word, you commented, you liked, that's it, you were killed by shooting. The elite who is staying there, they have profit from the war. But the elites who lost a lot, they try to hint and openly say that, you have to wrap that up. But Putin says that everything's great, the economic goes up, and they show some fake news. And it's not really clear whether it's just to show off. I just want to ask our next speaker to add up. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers. Thanks to Hanusia Hopko, Mrs. Svetlana, Mrs. Alexandra, Lucian, and all the organizers who create this great forum for discussion. We have a lack of such forums. Unfortunately, such official communications provided by the government of Ukraine is not enough in order to connect Ukraine with other European countries and other civilized world. It's really great that today's conference allows to pass the census and to work together. What I want to say, I would like to make the level of our discussion higher and put it on the strategic level. You have to understand that Ukraine and Russia belong to different civilized worlds. Moscovia is the world which is wild Eastern Asian. This is a country with clear hierarchy where people do not matter. There is a great authoritarian hand, and everything is created like in the empire. And the project of Russia, of Ukraine, is just to stretch its empire to the west. Ukraine belongs to European civilization, historically and culturally, and it is in the epicenter of civilization tectonic slabs. So now we have to understand that as Otto von Bismarck, the Chancellor of Germany of the 19th century, said, when diplomacy is silent, the cannons start talking. This expression is not really correct if we're talking about Russia. I would have turned it over. First of all, we have to switch on the cannons for them to talk, and then the diplomacy. Since Russia rages the hybrid war, so the only way of stopping Russia is the power. Talking about reparations and recovery, that's the second thing. The first thing is to just stop the evil. There's going to be other countries following Ukraine if we don't stop Russia. That's what they want, thanks to expansion, to support their economy. So this creeping war has to be stopped. And how to stop that? There are only two main ways. First one is to hit the stick out of the hands of the aggressor, and the second one is to knock down the head of the aggressor. How to do so? To deputinize the country. So to deprive the elites of Moscovia, like FSB, KGB, and stuff, to manage people of Russia. It could have been the power component and diplomatic one. Of course, the diplomacy would better work after some long-range weapons hitting Kremlin, like tomahawks, flamingos, and stuff. So that should be the first thing. Second thing is demilitarization.
So full demobilization of all that what is produced in their factories. We need to destroy everything up to the zero. Deep strikes, it's that strategy which should be the constant background so to reach the victory. To destroy everything there, wells, all these factories and plants, what is interested by their military industrial complex, everything should be destroyed. The third is the denuclearization. The Russian Federation has constantly been aggressing and threatening with a nuclear threat. It's that country which does not understand that the nuclear weapons, it's just the type of measurements of how to stop or limit some actions, but it's not the instrument, the tool of war, the tool for threatening. And the fourth one, and the Moscow has occupied dozens of different nations which are restricted and kept inside that state, which is called, so to say, Russian Federation. Deputinization, the fourth factor, is a full destruction of that Russian world and their principles of which are based, which are carried by the institutes, agencies who design those narratives which destroy the international cooperation, the agency networks and everything else. So it's this whole complex which we can use so to overcome the aggressors, so to fight, so to win, so to take his head off. As if we are not to do this, we then further continue this, so to say, game, playing actions against the Russian aggressor. And here we are highly grateful to the Baltic countries, for instance, who are highly interested in collaboration and cooperation with the Ukrainian state, not only about economic cooperation. As Poland here, which are here important for this fight, and all other states who are making their contributions to the defense and to the victory. So, and regarding, for instance, Baltic countries or Poland, Putin has his own interests, and we need to fight his actions back. And you know, how Putin called Ukraine before the small Russia and the big Russia, Malorussia, and Ukraine with this concept, with having this concept now and from before, Ukraine should fight with that concept. Ukraine should develop its capacity, business, market, economy, so to show that Ukraine is not as a small Russia, but this winning over this concept of small Russia is only possible with the support of international partners and with all the stakeholders. Now we're talking about recoveries, reconstructions. It's all important, of course, but reconstructions, it's like nonsense what concerns the frontline areas, schools, those institutions. First, we need to defend. First, we need to defend, to push back the aggressor, and then only to reconstruct. Now we think that we need to just to prohibit any study or any educational processes or other processes, work of these official institutions there, as this reconstruction of those facilities there in those areas is just a waste of money, as the aggressor might attack at any moment and destroy everything again. Every day almost a drone comes and destroys everything. So this is my idea, my understanding. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alexander, for your words, and I wanted to get back to the buffer zone and discussion, the respective discussion. So here, sanctions, where we were talking about sanctions against Rosatom and prohibition, and there's this pushing back of Russian actions to take the Zaporizhia plant, the refinery. So with this case, what they do, they did their informational operations, propaganda. They speak about some reconciliation there, some peaceful negotiations, shown untrue facts. But sorry, you see how the aggressor is acting, and people now are talking about some negotiations from the Ukrainian side, real negotiations to have them regarding Zaporizhia with the Russian side, but it's senseless. Which negotiations, as he does not, and the aggressor does not understand anything, and we need only to push him back, to fight him back. So, as a good day, dear colleagues. So, my speech is to be short, brief, as unfortunately we are limited according to our timing. So we've discussed a lot during this event, and now Mr. Mikhailov made one step back. Let me make some more steps back to previous discussions. So I'm highly grateful to my colleagues covering these all important aspects of ongoing situation now with Russia. So we see the depletion of economy now. It is ongoing, and we see how the Russian economy is becoming weaker. But here, regarding this, I would love to speak more in figures, in numerical dimension and numbers, and show you more understanding, so to say, that Russia is now striving at their most. They are trying to engage all their resources, so to do their actions further against us. So what is about their entrepreneurship? So they have issues in their economy, and they try to hide them, to conceal them. They have consequences. Here, the Ukrainians attacks, the Ukrainian drones make causes there, they cause damages there, but Russia tries to hide it. They try to show all others that the Russians are very strong and sustainable, and their economical zone, Slavu, is strong. A bit numbers, respectively. This September, they had 500 5,600 drone attacks and respectively we can go to statistics in March, in April, and before, so up to the numbers of 2000. So this year we see that the production of drones of Russia is increasing highly. So we say that their attacks by drones just grow. So they set a goal for themselves to reach the production of almost like 8,000 drones and thousands of drones and the use of 8,000 of drones just for a month. And it's a warning indicator. So it's what does it show? It shows that Russia, even if considering their use of their resources, active use, but it's only for one goal, and respectively, this goal is not reduced. So they are keeping their goal and continue their actions. So yes, Russia can pay something for this war, but they can keep their actions, and it's only for us this problem about our resources, whether we have them enough, so to stay further and do the opposition to their actions. This number, these thousands of drones is a huge numbers, and we understand how many attacks are to be, and that the production in this special economic zone is huge. Labuha. So in Labuha, so thousands, hundreds of housing complexes have been started. It's for 41,000 new employees are to be accommodated there. So a big number of people are working there, and it's without considering the fact that they use also the children's work and youth work. So respectively, Labuga provides accommodation to everyone, to all the employees, irrespective of the position of a person. But here, I think you can agree that Labuga does not need 41,000 cleaners, so to say, for next year. They have a need in producers, new producers of drones, those who are to work in production. And what we say, specifically residents of Kyiv see the consequences of their actions, problems with the electricity, power outages because of the attacks, and it is the problem again now, and respectively making a step back, more global, what to do with it, with this all. And here Mr. Mikhailo said that we have hundreds of lists per 100 pages with thousands of names, sanction lists, which are senseless. It was fairly sad, and the population, the public might get this impression, this understanding, but such a leaflet was sent to everyone. It's our research, our survey, where I took part in as well. It's about sanctions. It's for thousands of pages. It's about finances. It's about oil, gas, technical means, which specifically I work with. So you can find all this information. And what we get? The picture is that we are moving in the right direction, but everything around requires from us this speed increase in our actions. And with every time we get this call, please try more, find more, do more. This call, this message is becoming louder and louder, and now everything is confirming that this fact that sanctions should be done as in this way as we expected. They work, but they do not work as we wanted and we waited for. Which impression I got, for instance, when I was not that interested in this area, that this critical component supply is to be closed. Russians are to try the import replacement, and they cannot do that, and everything is to be great as a result. But in real, drones which come to Kyiv, attack Kyiv, the western part of Ukraine and other parts of Ukraine, hundreds of them, thousands of them. It's respectively shows their strength. It's sad that from one side we say which effect of sanctions first, those supplies of components to Russia, they got slower slightly. Russia cannot procure these components directly. Russia uses respective ways so to do that. Respectively, they use through third parties, different countries, transit through Turkey or China, which takes about 70% of free export to Russia, and many other tools. All this is firstly additional time. Secondly, additional money, extra money, as every contractor in this chain takes its percent, and its percent is quite huge, as Russian companies which take part in this avoidance of sanctions, they do this they added value, and for instance those components which are used in production of drones, they cost us up to $200,000, and Taiwan, for instance, placed sanctions. It's okay, it's nice, but Turkey didn't do sanctions, and for instance, for 140 days, in 140 days, they get what they want, so to say. If the Taiwan is with sanctions, but Turkey not, and it takes 140 days so to do supply from delivery of components needed for the production of drones. And you see, even with these delays, but they still act. From one side, we see, yes, these delays are positive. It's the positive result of sanctions. But from the other side, what we see, which effect of sanctions we see, then such results as was with Iraq. The lack of coordination among countries imposing sanctions. We have thousands of names, hundreds of names, and some countries place hundreds of names, some countries place thousands of names. It's the lack of control, lack of coordination, lack of matching. And respectively, all the details and our recommendations what to do with all of this, you can find in this policy brief. And if you are willing to get more information and read not just 2 pages, but 100, please go to our website. You can find there the full information regarding sanctions. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Artem. When you were talking about Lavo, you were saying that their percentage is increasing. So the area is increasing. From my perspective, it's nice, as its resources for keeping that area are increasing. So they are what is Russia doing is not right. They are centering everything what they need in one place, and at any moment some attack might happen against that place, and they can lose everything. So 100 of kilos of munition, projectiles and missiles might fly there against their complexes there in that area. And it's super interesting to see. So they can get huge consequences of the centering of their resources there. So we can do that. We have resources that too. We will find the resources that too. So whether do we have time for questions, answers? Does our audience have any questions or comments to our honored speakers? Good day. I've listened to I've listened to all the speaker speeches in all the panels, so to listen to hear yours specifically. So what you described is everything is complex and important to discuss. So here now we have this geopolitical situation where when our partners started hearing us about this effectiveness of sanctions, maybe it would be possible soon to launch sanctions as for sanctions not just in favor of Ukrainian state, but of their society, their European public as well. As before, it was only for protecting the Ukrainian state, but now they have attacks, they have even drones flying in their space, and they need to act to be more proactive in this regard. So the last speaker mentioned limitations. So my question in comment regarding factors, what can really influence their economy? For you, what it's my question comment why? As the Russians, they have a wider, more extensive platform, economic platform, if to compare with the Ukrainian democratic one. As I know, we see their drops, their reductions, decreases in their statistics, in their economical indicators, but still they have resources. At least the Russian children still have chocolate, so to say. So we can do these cuts off further. We can further act, and we need to act more intensely against their economy. Another question to Mr. Vladimir, and if to be prouder to him as well, and to Mr. Mikhailo as expert. So economical condition of Russia now is putting to the logic either to adopt this, to accept this data and get this understanding of the catastrophic situation, and his environment might be against him, surrounders be against him, and he might get this way to take funds as a loan from China or somewhere else, so to seek for resources, so to continue this war, as according to your conclusions, that this model of war is impossible for Russia anymore for 2026. So or the second way, they can take a pause now. So they might lead some negotiations, conduct some negotiations or other actions so to avoid this disaster. So I assume that Putin in some trap through his actions. For his regime, these risks are huge. What is going on in his country and at the global level. So economy and these risks can cause further risks and threats to his regime and to Russian, and it might lead to Russian collapse. Are there any scenario of this? So some considerations regarding these risks and threats and collapse. and his actions. We see that the negotiations which are conducted now, they're quite weak. They are about nothing, but we see what Putin is doing. Thank you for your comments and questions. They are very important. I am to comment what is Miss Anna said. Besides China, they have nobody. So they referred China is just source, a single source of non-inflational way of their budget coverage. They have only China. But I think China can provide microfin. It was not before in the whole history with China, but still they can do it. But they are to be very strict in it and tough. So, but they understand they cannot fully rely on China, as they have some part of the population in Russia who understand that there's no way for further to be under China. So I think in that front, so to say, with China, they don't get any effective results for further. So they have their situation, but everything also depends on Trump. If Trump to impose these taxes, the duties, the levies, it is to be tougher with China. So Ukraine, for Ukraine now is to be a part of safety component for whole Europe. It is like a unique moment for the state now, and it's for the Europe. Is yes, we need to emphasize this moment, and Europe understand it. Therefore, we need collaboration and cooperation in the concept of the program, respective program in this regard. Ursula provided prescribed billions of euro for collaboration with Ukraine. First, Ukraine needs to get a know-how, military know-how. It's unique. Why? As in our battlefields, we do the technical and scientific progress, and they know about it. And they understand that now Ukraine is an advanced position in this regard. So we need to use it. The mutual model of production of weapons in Dansk and in our state. So if we are to become this component of our safety architecture is to play a bigger role than these Russian factors. So now this is the moment of truth, and we need to act in this regard. The Russian about the dictatorship and democracy. So there was a comment. So we see that there are decreases in this war. Everything decreases in the war. They have decreases in the economy, and everyone has. Microfin, $43 billion of dollars. It's from the external sector, for instance, for our economy, for our GDP. They have trillions, but they have only internal resources. But we have two sources, internal and external, and it makes our construction, our architecture, so to say, more sustainable, and we can stay longer. It's important to underline. But what was said importantly about targeting of Russia's resources to one goal. Yes, they do it effectively. They know how to do it, but they do it through dictatorship. And we need to learn how to avoid this dictatorship. and apply all our resources through our way and control our expenditures, losses which we have to make them more wiser and more reasonable. So in our country, in our economy, we need to get nice program of for militaries and for areas in the close to the front line or in the front line. So a program for construction of accommodations. So these projects should be implemented in the zones behind the front line, further from the front line, for people from the front line areas. Why? It's for people to see that they have places where to live. And it's needed for economy, as we need to keep people inside the country. It is the workforce, it's about funds, it's about the budget, the state budget, which is needed for the country. It's our resources. So we need to get some plan. I do not think about the plan of replacement of people if some people leave the country and we replace them with others. It's nonsense. We need to think how to keep our people. Unfortunately, now the economy is weak and we need to do something so to keep our people more and show them that they have a sense and a reason to stay in the country. And through these, we make even Russia weaker and Ukraine stronger. We need to do our best so to keep the sustainability of the country. So we're talking about such events when about analysis, about what we do about our logic. And what concerns Russia, they usually act not always with logic. Let's speak about 2017, 2018, and other years before, how they acted. So they were depleting their resources, and now is already the end of 2025, and they have this level of depletion. And we understand that they have limited resources, and they acted not in a not wise way. And you see what is going on with their economy, and there was somebody mentioned about this scenario. They have their scenario designed in regard their economy, their state, and the ongoing war, and how they further can conduct this war. For them, creation of dictatorship in the Stalin style is the best option for them in their state, as they put everything under control and use it for their purposes. They won't get any riots, they won't any strikes there, as they know how to act through dictatorship, how to deplete their resources to full. And we, from our side, we need we need to think how we can act in our country. We should understand that the war can last even longer, but it goes through stages, through different phases. And for instance, for all of us to understand, if we even to get like billions of euro, it's not about the stop, about the termination of this war. It's another just phase of this war, and we need just to show everyone this message that this is the war for dozens of years, for a decade of years, and we need to move further in different aspects and support our army, our armed forces. And if Ukraine is to become a member of the European society, Ukraine is to be as a core military defending core. And even without becoming as a full member of the European society, we are already a core, a center, the first line of defense. And that is why we need to show this message to everyone that we need others to join us more. And we need more support in these actions, so to stay further strong and push back the enemy. So it is the realistic scenario. Thank you. So we are closing our panel already, this third panel, and then another question from the hall. Artur Desman, Polish publishing, Polish reporter. So here I would love to comment about this dichotomy, Europe, Asia. We have partners in Asia who support us, and our European part, Ukraine. So they can get offended if when we say that Russia, Asia. So Japanese partners, greetings to them. Yes, true. So it's thank you for commenting on that. So dear colleagues, dear speakers, thank you so much for taking part in this event. I think that this event was huge and highly fruitful. So to see you next time.